Hi, Gary. It is 9 a.m. Leah and Lisa are here. It looks like we have 4 board members on the call, if you guys want to get started.
All right. Gwen, you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can we have roll call, please?
Board Member Harris here.
Board Member Douglas here.
This is Taylor Trail McCormick.
Okay. Can we have roll call from staff, please?
Gary Landry, Executive Director here.
Leah Easter, Chief Compliance Officer here.
Lisa Nguyen, Compliance Specialist here.
Maggie Adams, Compliance Specialist here.
David Scarpelli, Inspector here.
Anyone from up north? Okay. Well, good morning and welcome to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology meeting. Today's date is April 19th. The time is 9:01. So we will now read the mission. The mission of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology is to protect the public health and safety and welfare of those that obtain cosmetology-related services through the delivery of quality testing, licensing, inspection, and education services that focus on consumer protection. Do we have any comments from the general public? Because the board may entertain comments that that's for any item that's on the agenda or not on the agenda and is related to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. In the comments, no action can be taken, and comments must be 3 minutes or less. Okay, well, we're gonna dive right in. So we're at agenda item number D. Today, board members and staff, we're gonna try to get through this, and it's not, hopefully it won't be as lengthy as it may appear. But Senate Bill 291, introduced March 22nd, 2021, seeks to establish a master esthetician license in Nevada. The Senate Commerce and Labor Committee has asked for the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology to modify the bill and come up with regulations to enhance the bill through the legislative process during the 81st session of the legislature. The board will discuss and come with modifications and regulations in response to this legislative request. Looks like we have another board member. You would like to do your roll call?
Brian Baltazar, present.
Welcome. Anybody else that, any other board members on the call?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Ms. Gwen. I'm having a hard time getting onto the Zoom. Is anybody else? Mine keeps telling, go ahead.
I'm not sure. Is that Lou?
Yes, it's Lou, yeah.
Okay, Leah, are we having a hard time this morning getting? Because I see like a couple more popped up.
Because it says it's it says April 12th. Meeting date April 19th, but when you participate through Zoom, I don't know, maybe it'll work now.
We'll give Leah a hot second to see.
Yeah, it says this meeting is scheduled for 4/12, so I don't know what it's doing, why it's doing that.
Do we have anyone else on the call that's having a hard time getting on Zoom?
Yeah, this is Matt Brinton with NEMA, same thing.
exactly what
Okay.
Lou said. It says the meeting's scheduled for April 12th, so it's not launching.
Okay,
We let
well,
our, this is Maggie, we let our IT person know so it should be fixed shortly. The meeting ID works, just not that link.
So are you saying if we just go into Zoom and put that will work? That's what I'm hearing, yeah?
Yes, that's, sorry, this is Bertha Jackson, lead service specialist. The link that's on our website is incorrect, but if you go directly through zoom.com, click join a meeting, put in the code, it should take you to our meeting instead of having to dial in. But we are currently working on getting that link fixed.
okay, so I think while we're working on getting the link fixed, we can just maybe have a discussion how the first document was to present is the SB 291 as introduced. And board members, I know that Director Landry submitted these documents to us, and he submitted those documents to us earlier in the week. And I'm just hoping that each board member has had the opportunity to read through the SB 291, to read through the I'm hoping that you have also read your work session document, the master esthetician edits, and the regulations, so that we can move forward and everybody has an understanding as we call for votes today. Because what we're going to be doing today is we're going to actually try to work through this document as much as possible and get much as possible approved today. So however long it takes us, if we're here till 5 o'clock, we'll be here to 5 o'clock. So I'm just hoping that you ask the questions that you need to ask, that you're clear on what you're voting on, and you have a thorough understanding. And if you don't have an understanding, this is the time to ask. We have board staff available to answer any questions. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask.
Madam President, this is Board Member McCormick. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
I'm wondering why we have to do all of this today. Is there a specific reason why we are not able to, basically accept it in its modified form? And shouldn't typically this go through law review committee? We could take our time, we could get information, we could look at other states. I know that I had submitted some things that were not discussed on the last one, just giving board members some time to actually process this longer than a week. I mean, are there other options than piling through something that could usually take a longer period of time? I just don't understand why we have to do it all in one day.
Okay, well, that's a good question. Well, what we're doing today is we're basically setting some of the groundwork that needs to be submitted and given to the committees, because I think it's one day this week that we had authorized, or we had voted that our Director Landry would accept the Senate committee's recommendation. But not only that, we want to have something in hand to show that we're working towards it. SB 291 was actually gutted for a reason. There was multiple reasons that they gutted that bill. I didn't know, I'm not privileged to all the reasons, but as a state And I can state this again, that we were, and we are moving forward with the master esthetician's license. So I think that what we have submitted, and we can talk about this. This is what we're talking about today. Some of the things that we're going to be able to get through, some of them we're not. And it's okay if we don't, then we can do workout sessions. But I think everybody's eager to get this license on. This is the reason why this bill was introduced, is because everybody's eager to get this on. They're ready, no more waiting, no more, because if so, we wouldn't be talking about SB 291, board members, to be clear. So we're going to work through as much as we can possibly work through today. And if there's some things that need to be added or taken away, that's what we're full board. This is the day that we can add or take away. If we don't want to add or take away, and we need to work this out at another time, at least we will have multiple things that has been voted and approved on today. I hope that was clear.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. I appreciate it. Director Landry, what would be the basics that would have to be in existence for this to move forward, I guess, as is, and for us to go back to Law Review Committee and iron out the details later? Is there any reason, I guess I could ask Director Landry or even Leah, is there a reason that we could not, is there a base that we could establish and then work out the details later? Do we have time, or are we under the gun to complete this all today as much as possible? Director Landry.
This is Executive Director Landry. You are under a time crunch. This week, the bill is going to be voted out of the Senate and voted to pass it over to the Assembly. At that point, it's going to go to Assembly Committee, and there'll probably be a week or two that'll move through those stages. And during that time, they're going to have to know what bill is being proposed. Because if we don't do something today and get something established, then as Gwen had said, we're going to be lost. This will not be passed. It'll be rejected, and we'll have to wait 2 years to be able to get it in again. So that's why it has to be done. That's why it doesn't have to be done today, but it has to be done this week. And today would be a great time to do it if we can get everyone to agree on everything that needs to be done with the bill. That's the main reason, is that the bill is going to be voted on this week in the Senate. And if we don't have something to show them by next week when it goes to the Assembly, then we're going to be we won't have anything to work on. This bill will be killed.
Thank you for clarifying that. And thank you also, President Bremo, for getting the meeting called for today. I definitely am looking forward to working out as much as we can, but if we don't get it all agreed to, I think that if there are any things that we could, need to discuss further, I just want to make sure we had time to, if there were any hot topics or things that needed more discussion, we had a little. So thank you, Madam President. I just give you the floor.
Right. Yeah, because I want all the board members to understand that if we don't have any of this worked out, we probably won't be able to work it out until the next legislative session. They want something in hand that they want to be able to take a look at, and those gaps that needed to be closed, we need to close them, and some that need to be open, we need to open them. And if we're not going to get a full approval, then we won't be able to do master aesthetics this time around.
Madam President, this is Kai Stanton. Coming from the subcommittee, I do not want this to drop by the wayside. This is just my point of view. I know there has been other concerns there, but I would really like to be able to take this day and have a communication in full detail and getting things done. There's just been a lot of work put into this, and a lot of people sure this is successful. So I, as a board member, would like to try to I think we all can agree amicably with respect to everyone to get things passed along. There's just been an awful lot to let this fall to the wayside. like for it to go through successfully if possible. So thank you, Madam President. Give me back the.
Thank you. Okay, so everybody's on that needed to be on. Did you do roll call, Ms. Stingleton?
No, ma'am, I apologize. Madam President, this is Kai Stanton for the record, board member, Secretary Treasurer.
Okay. Okay, so we're good. I think we should just go ahead now. Let's go in, we can go into so we have all the board members read the SB 291 as introduced. Do we need to go through that, or can we just go through the actual? Okay, Director Landry, give me some instruction here. Do you want us to go through? Because I mean, I've already went through. I don't know how many board members have went through SB 291 already.
Yeah, I think Madam President, Gary Landry, Executive Director, I think the way that you would go through it is to go through 291 and take out the things that you want to take out, add in things that aren't there if you want to add them in, and go through that first. The regulations aren't as critical because regulations don't have to be done for the legislative session, but you can start discussing and just kind of lay out some things that you want to have in the regulations. But the Senate bill, you would need to have all the board members come to some agreement on what's going to be in that Senate bill if we hope to pass it this legislative session.
Okay.
I'm so irritated. So, okay, so first of all, I had a 1:30 doctor's appointment. And so when she made it at 1 o'clock, I didn't realize.
Excuse me, I can
that-
hear you. Can you mute your phone, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was on,
Madam-
I muted my Zoom, but I didn't mute my phone. I apologize, guys.
That's
Sorry.
okay.
And hi all, this is Leah Easter. I'm back in the room. I apologize. There was the information was right, but the link was pulling improperly. So everybody's all up to date now. So my apologies.
And Madam
Okay.
President, if I could, Matt Brenton with NEMA, if you allow
Yes.
me for a moment. So I would love to be definitely involved in this. This is our bill, right? The initial version of this was something we put together. We've been working on for probably 2.5 years. This is my world. We own medical spas, a large chain of medical spas. I'm on the medical spa advisory board with Allergan. Been in this business for 17 years. My background is an attorney. I drafted much of this legislation. We own an aesthetic school that trains master estheticians in Utah. We trained master estheticians in Washington, in Oregon, in Idaho, in Colorado. We trained estheticians and taught advanced services in those states, in Arizona. So this is my world. And we put this legislation out there. I can give you background if you'd like on why it was stripped down. But we feel like in our preliminary meetings with a lot of members of the Nevada legislature, both Republican and Democrat in the Assembly and in the House, we probably met with 20 different members of the legislature and got widespread support for this. What happened was the physicians came on and didn't like what was happening. They felt like it was encroaching on their territory. And I believe the bigger issues were a lot of the powers given to the mid-level professionals like nurse practitioners and physician assistants and nurses. And so that was a big part of the problem. And owing to this year, kind of the special nature of this year with so much COVID legislation, so many things going on, there are a lot of bills, and this is a difficult year to pass anything. And because of the fee impact of the legislation, we needed a 2/3 majority to pass out of the committee. And because of the opposition from physicians, that was difficult to do with a 2/3 majority. And so the bill was stripped down to essentially authorizing this board to create regulations. That passed out of the committee. That is currently being drafted by the drafting attorneys officially. We've seen so far the basic, the general information of what it will look like, but it will essentially authorize this board to create the regulations. And that is what's critical that we support. And I'm hoping that the board mandate or authorization given to Executive Director Landry, he was successful in supporting the current version of the legislation. that will likely go to the Senate floor either today or tomorrow and be passed according to the information we're getting from the people who are talking directly with the senators who will consider it. And so in its current state, there is support to pass it out of the Senate. That's at least what I'm hearing. It'd be great to hear from Executive Director Landry if that's what he's hearing. So it then goes to the Assembly. So the big question I have is whatever work is done today by the board, does that mean the board is looking to amend the legislation on the Assembly side, which means it would then go back to the Senate later on in the session? Or is the board simply looking to support the current stripped down version, which simply authorizes the board to create these regulations in the interim? I think that's a big question. And if the second part of that is if the feeling is that the board needs to have specifics around what the regulations will look like in the interim or later on, I do understand that. If questions are being asked, well, okay, if we authorize the board to do this, how will the regulations look down the road? I really understand that. I get that. I do understand that. But it'd be great to know if the board is actually looking to amend this legislation on the Assembly side, assuming it passes out of the Senate. I think that's a critical piece of information, because I think we're all aligned in wanting to see this happen this year and not waiting 2 years. And it'd be a shame to see that if we do amend on the Senate side, that it does, or excuse me, the Assembly side, that it doesn't make it back to the Senate side and doesn't make it out of the Senate and the full legislature because of the amendments. So sorry, a long discussion. I'm here to answer any questions, but I would love to hear the answer to that question if we are looking to try to amend the current legislation.
Is that question for Director Landry? You want to answer that question?
Yes, I can answer that. Executive Director Landry, I think the direction of the board is to amend the legislation as proposed and modify it in their eyes and what they think needs to be done. But that's all up for discussion today. It may not be amended, it may be amended. It's what's going to happen in this meeting. But I think the general consensus is they need to amend the bill and amend it on the Assembly side when it goes to the Assembly. They're not going to hold it up and keep it from passing through the Senate today or tomorrow and getting that through. I do think it's going to pass through the Senate to get to the Assembly side. And as soon as it goes to the Assembly side, they'd want to have whatever changes they want to have on the law looked at and put into place and have that passed by the Assembly.
Okay. I think that answers your question. Matt, does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you, Executive Director Landry. I appreciate the update. I worry that if that's what we are attempting to do here, then it would necessitate going back to the Senate. If any changes are made in the Assembly, it would go back to the Senate, which then jeopardizes the bill passage entirely if we run out of time or if there isn't the support. So I'm optimistic. I think that's a great option, but I'm wondering what's lost if we simply back the bill in its current state, which authorizes this board to create the regulations in the interim, and it passes out of the Senate, and then the same bill passes out of the Assembly in the same form. Then we have our authorization, we have what we need, and we have plenty of time to approach this again, looking at other states, taking the time to really review this. But I'm aware of the risks of any amendments happening on the Assembly side, which would then kick it back to the Senate and running out of time in a legislative session that is really full of a lot of bills. A lot have already died. I think there's going to be a lot that do kind of die along the way because of running out of time. So I just want to make sure we're all aware of that risk if that's what the effort is.
Yes.
Madam President, this is Kai Stanton. I do understand what is being said. However, that's why we're having the meeting today. I think it's imperative that everyone is included in a lot of this communication. I, for one, have found a couple of things that need to be addressed and a few holes in it. And to leave things as is already automatically ties us a couple of years together. And this is imperative, not just to the law, but to the master aesthetics license, that a couple of things that I found that we have to tie down before it gets passed through, or it will be dropped altogether. So I'm happy that Matt is willing to support the information and to incorporate all schools and incorporate all aesthetics, and making sure our estheticians are to the level where they need to be. However, there's a few things, law that does require for us to look at details before it's passed through. One thing we don't want to do is pass through things that are undone. It doesn't look very efficient, and it creates more work down the line. And so if we are able to horn in on certain specifics right now so that it's successful, I think it'll be fine. And I'm happy that everyone is optimistic, because we all understand that sometimes we don't all agree, but we're all here to be the voices for the community to make sure that Nevada has something successfully to go through. Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move forward to go through the details. I know we have a lot to get through today.
Okay, Director Landry, you had anything else? I know you had your light on.
Yes, I just wanted to say, I don't know if the bill is gutted and doesn't have anything of substance other than saying that the board will create regulations to create the license for master esthetician.
Yes.
I'm not sure that that is enough that we can do that with the way the law is written, because the law, typically the law states what license is there, and the regulations tell you how you're going to implement it, what courses are taught, how are they going to be taught, what machines are used and all. But the actual laying out of the license, I think, has to be in the law. I don't think we can move forward with the regulation unless it's in the law first. And you can correct me if I'm misunderstanding what you're doing with this bill. But I looked at it when I saw the reintroduction of it. They gutted everything. They took everything that they had out and just said, board, you get some regulations together and put a master esthetician license out. I don't know that we can do that with the way the laws in the state of Nevada are written.
Thank you for clarification, Executive Director Landry. I had always thought that the laws are first and the regulations come after the law. So once I had was told that the bill was gutted and it was going back to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology to basically set the qualifications and set the law so that it could be approved. I'm not sure if it could be approved, Matt, the way that the Senate committee wrote it and sent it back to us. If we just go and support it, they're going to be like, supporting what? And then that's when you're going to have a lot of questions in the assembly. But Director Landry has made a lot of connections, politically. And I just can't see him going with something in hand that that the majority wouldn't approve. So, I mean, the bill, I looked through the bill, I've studied it, that there's some things I know we have to take out, far as, so we can go ahead and get started. I think we're going to start with the version is we have two versions here. The work session, Director Landry, you want me to start with the work session document since we've already know how the bill was introduced, because it's still all the same information?
Yes, I'd work from my edited version, and that way I can follow along with what you're doing, and I can make corrections to have the final version ready for voting on. So
okay.
Go to my edited version. That's where I have strikeouts and some of the things that Matt was talking about, with taking out the registered nurse and the other issues with the bill, giving too much, not giving too much, but laying out all the things that need to be done in the medical area, leave that out of it, and then we can go on from there.
Okay, so on page 1, board, if you guys could turn to page 1, and it talks about an act of relating to cosmetology. where Director Landry has already added that the performance of certain procedures performed by a registered nurse. So it looks like all throughout this bill, he's taken out the wording or registered nurse. So we can go on to page 2, which is section 5, where it talks about, section 5 is basically talking about the non-ablative aesthetic procedures, which is defined in section 8 and 17. Procedures performed for aesthetic purposes using using certain medical devices, and which is expected to excise, vaporize, and all those things that it discussed there. So the section that Director Landry has removed is section 1. This bill applies to the requirements for the performance of non-ablative aesthetic procedures, and the same prohibition of ablative aesthetic medical procedures applicable to esthetician in section 21 to a registered nurse. So Director Landry, when you edited that, can you explain to the board a little bit more, or Leah or Maggie, whoever's there, can kind of explain to us that section there?
Yeah, I can do that. This is Executive Director Landry. I took out anywhere that referred to registered nurse. I took it out, and this is just the introduction of the bill. This doesn't have anything to do with the bill, so that's why I just took that wording out, and not to have that in the intro to the bill. The bill actually starts with section 1. So anything that in the lead up to the bill is just there for the legislature to know what's going on there. And I just took out that section, that one sentence, to not have it refer to registered nurses.
So we're going to go to so what you're saying, section 1 starts right at page 4? Or that's section 2? Let's go back to 3.
Section 1 is on page 3.
Okay.
And that's where it talks about a registered nurse, and it's all about the nurses and the doctors and everything else. That refers to chapter 632 of the NRS. We typically don't do things in our bill that are going to relate to other bills or other sections of other laws. We only work on our laws. We don't change anyone else's laws. And that's why I look to delete all of section 632, just delete all that out.
Okay, so let me ask a question. I think board members, this is the time to make sure we ask questions while we're, if there's going to be changes made. So the estheticians that are now currently working in doctors' offices, right? We won't be inspecting those offices, will we or won't we?
We won't if they're doing work that is not part of the medical esthetician or an esthetician's work, like if they were doing things like they do today. If they do things with the laser, if they do things that are outside the scope of what we're doing, they wouldn't be inspected. If the board wants us to inspect the master esthetician when they're performing, inspect their offices when they're performing laser, when they're performing the microneedling, all the things that we're going to be approving in this bill, then you'd have to say that you want to have us do the inspection of those particular things. We're not required to inspect if the law says we don't have to inspect, but if you do want us to inspect, you need to put it in the law and say that we will. So this first section doesn't have anything to do with that, but overall in the bill, we're going to have to say if you want board staff to inspect the facilities in a doctor's office that are doing these particular procedures. All the procedures that can be allowed by a master esthetician would have to be inspected by us if you want us to be inspecting it.
Okay, so I'm confused why this section was even in our bill, because we don't have anything to do with registered nurses, do we?
No, this is from Senator Lange's bill, and that was in her bill. I'm just saying for the new bill in the assembly side, I wouldn't put that in there. because that's going to cause some confusion on their side about why is the Board of Cosmetology asking us to change and put in things in the nursing bill.
And Madam
Okay.
President, I can explain, Matt Brenton with NEMA. So the legislation we originally proposed was comprehensive sweeping legislation that's kind of mimicked what we've seen in other states. And so it was not exclusively a cosmetology piece of legislation. It did involve nursing. And so that's why those sections were a portion of the overall legislation. So Executive Director Landry's right. I mean, the nursing piece would not fall within the cosmetology regulations. They would fall in the nursing. And so I see why he stripped that out. And it makes sense, of course, that we don't even discuss it here or talk about it here, since those are nursing regulations.
Well, yeah, but I'm gonna have a concern in the end. I'm gonna have my biggest concern is gonna be to those that's performing those services in the medical office already. Are we gonna be inspecting them? Because if we're not gonna be inspecting medical estheticians, then why wouldn't you just want to go work to a medical office? Then you don't have to get an inspection by the state board. So I mean, I think this part here does have something to do with it as we move forward, because we got to make a decision as a board. Are we going to inspect the medical offices, or are we only going to inspect private practice and spas? I'm not quite sure. So these are going to be questions that I think as a board you need to ask at this time. Okay, so I understand why you took it out, Director Landry. I appreciate that, but I don't want us to start, like, I can see us being all over the place. We need to as a board know exactly who we're going to be inspecting and who we're going to be licensing to do these particular services. Other than that, you don't need a master esthetician license. You just go get an esthetician license and work in a doctor's office, and then you can do all these services.
Madam President, this is Kai Stanton. I have a question regarding, so as of right now, because I'm looking at it from both sides of it. If we do, because an aesthetics person, no matter how you slice it, it is under the scope of cosmetology. It is a master aesthetics licensing.
Okay.
So if we're saying that the board does not want to inspect, or they're currently not inspecting, but the medical board is saying they're okay with the master aesthetics program, would this be a well, I guess it would be a challenge regarding it being governed under the medical licensing, et cetera. So would we be licensing two separate areas, which is already current, or would that be the same room? So they would have to go through several inspections under that same room. Is that what I'm hearing? So we would have a medical inspection, and then we would have a state board inspection as well. So there would be several qualifications as well as expectations that have to be met from all inspections from all corners. If I'm not mistaken, if we're saying that, okay, we're going to allow this, so there would be several, that would be rather confusing. So if we just leave it as is, like taking it off the plate, and we already have an inspection across the board, if they're under a medical office, like working with a plastic surgeon, things of that nature, could we still govern that, license that space? That almost seems like a triple licensing in the same area.
I just want to make clear, there is no medical inspections. When a doctor gets his license to practice, and he's authorized by the state to practice, and he gets his business license to practice, that is a business, there are no inspections of that doctor's facility. That is only done, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, I should say, that's only done by us in an esthetician performing services that an esthetician would perform in a medical spa. But a medical spa itself does not have inspections from the medical board unless they received a complaint about it.
Okay.
That's good information. So Madam President, so that would not be inspected at all.
No.
it sounds like. So I just wanted to highlight that. So that's very important. Those are one of the key things that I was concerned about. So I am happy that it is within a medical office. I'm pretty sure physicians are very particular about their environment. But we need to make sure that the aesthetics are just as particular in order to make sure of that. An inspection needs to, I'm not sure how that can be regulated. That's kind of like a freelance regulation if it's not regulated, and that's on our plate. So we're going to have some sort of inspection involved in that. That's a huge issue. So once I become a master aesthetics, I don't receive any basically regulation from state board or from medical side. So that was a big hole that I thought was problematic, especially for the various things and cases that we see with estheticians that are not licensed to do currently in the past. So it's very important that that there's some level of inspection and regulation for sanitation and making sure things are being done as taught, that they have been given information with instruction. So thank you, Madam President.
Okay.
Madam President, I
Yes.
want to clarify a few points, because I think all the points being brought up are really good. However, do want to call to light that a medical esthetician doing regular aesthetics would still be under the discretion of the board. I think it's when they cross over into working under the doctors that scope would maybe change as far as inspections. So I don't think that they're ever without someone governing and watching over how they clean and sanitize and sterilize. So I don't know that forcing inspections in doctors' offices is the way that we would want to go with this. I think definitely when we were talking about previous conversations about the medical board and having issues there, I think that would be one of those issues, which is if they're under a doctor's office, I believe that that's a standard has been set already. I think the standard precedes this bill. So I don't know that we would need to call for separate inspections, within a doctor's office for master aesthetics.
I just don't know as a board. I think we would have to probably vote on that. Right now, currently, the way that Director Landry has explained it to us is that we wouldn't be inspecting those master estheticians that's working in a doctor's office. So, I mean, it's kind of like what Board Member Stanton said. They just have a master esthetician license and nobody's overseeing them but the doctor. The state board doesn't have any authority over that master esthetician. But let's just go ahead and go to section 2, because the section 2 NRS 640C.100 just talks about in section C that a person licensed as a registered esthetician apprentice, master esthetician, that's the same, that they're within the permissible scope of practice. And it's just adding master esthetician there. Am I correct, Director Landry?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, so we're gonna go on to page 5. And then when we scroll down to section 3, chapter 644A of NRS is hereby amended by adding there to the previous set for section talking about estheticians. Okay, so section 4. Ablative aesthetic medical procedure means aesthetic medical procedures that is expected to vaporize. Well, that's kind of like going under the skin. Am I right?
That's correct. And I think that it's the ablative aesthetic medical procedure is put in there so that estheticians would not be doing ablative surgery, ablative techniques, only doing non-ablative. Matt can probably clarify, but I think it's just there to define what an ablative technique is versus a non-ablative, and master estheticians would only be able to do non-ablative.
But that section that somebody's reading that, it doesn't say that.
All it is just giving a definition of what ablative aesthetic medical procedure is. It doesn't say who can do it or can't do it. It's just defining. It says, this is an ablative medical procedure.
Okay, well, if we're gonna be doing non-ablative, we need to take that one out.
So, Madam President, if I could, the next, so sections 4 through 17 are all simply definitions. And then those definitions are used in sections 18, 19, 20, 21 to actually, put together what can and cannot be done. And this has been a big issue as other states have considered allowing estheticians to use these devices, is that the ablative devices are on the aggressive end of the spectrum. And so dermatology groups and physician groups have typically wanted a line drawn there. And it really deals with, I don't want to get too much into the details, but there are two primary devices, a CO2 laser and an erbium YAG laser, and you're doing skin resurfacing. So you're actually ablating the skin and removing skin, and it can be aggressive, it doesn't have to be, but that is a boundary that is typically drawn. And that's why we included it in the original legislation, is that we wanted a fully baked piece of legislation to come in and say, hey, we are being careful, we're drawing boundaries, we're not being careless about this. And drawing that boundary is something that has made sense in other states, surrounding states. And so all this is in section 4 is just one way to define what an ablative procedure is. And it in the laser world, it includes CO2 and erbium YAG lasers, but I know there are also some concerns and discussion around other technologies like plasma pens. So that is something the board could discuss if the board likes this definition or not. I know physicians in other states have been happy with this definition, but that's why it's there. It's basically to later on, it sets a boundary as the language goes on later on, saying that master estheticians
So this is something that we're not,
these.
I understand that part, Matt, but I'm saying this is something that is going to go into the law book. And if you just reading and you stop there, you just like, okay, this machine does X, Y, and Z. So if we're going to say that they can only do non-ablative services and use non-ablative lasers, that's all the definition we need to be using. I mean, for somebody that uses all these different machines, I mean, if I know what that means and it doesn't say I can't do it there, but does it say it in the other section that you can't do it? Or do we need to just be very specific in saying, these are the particular type of services that you can perform, non-ablative services, period. Instead of saying,
Exactly.
Instead of us saying ablative, aesthetic medical procedure means, and it's like, oh, well, I want to learn and be trained on that particular laser. We just have to be, because I mean, when you understand, because you understand the language, and I'm just beginning to understand the language more because I've been kind of doing some research and following up with some laser institutes. But if we're going to say what they can use and what they cannot use, we need to be very specific in our board, because we're not going to be regulating as it is right now. We don't regulate when you're working at another particular place. We can only regulate when you're working under the jurisdiction of the cosmetology board.
Hi, Gwen and Matt. This is Leah Easter. I actually have a question maybe both of you could weigh in on, but so from my perspective, like looking over the inspection procedures that our board has, right? We have that law or reg that says, if you are licensed by us, you have to work in a facility also licensed by us. So I guess my question is, was the intent of 291 as originally written, would those medical facilities still hold a license with us because they still have estheticians working there? Was that the original thought? Because we have now, for example, like dermatology offices that will hold a license with us and then whatever other licensing they need, just because they have estheticians on staff. So I guess I just wanted to know what the thought was originally there. Because from my perspective, I didn't hate 291 as written, I'll be honest, from my perspective at least. But I was just curious what the intent was there, because I know Kai had mentioned it and Gwen kind of picked up on it. And I guess I just wanted to know where you were coming from initially. So I I can kind of get my head wrapped around it.
Yeah, thank you, Lee. I think you well said, and I kind of liked it myself. It was a good piece of legislation, if I do say so myself. And Ms. Stanton asked great questions too. You're all asking the right question. It's that intersection of medical and aesthetic. And the way, as I understand it, and I believe Gary Landry said it well himself, that the most organizations, most states have an organization that regulates licensees. And in Utah, for example, it's Department of Occupational and Professional Licensing. They'll license the master esthetician, but they do not, through the cosmetology board, actually regulate the actual physician office. There's a separate board of physicians. So while they will regulate the licensee and make sure that the licensee has his or her license is up to date and they're trained, they will not regulate the facility. The same way a registered nurse who works in a physician office is still must answer to the nursing board for his or her license. But I doubt the nursing board is coming in and inspecting the station where that nurse works, because the actual location is kind of the higher license, the physician's license. And so I think if maybe the nursing and how they have things set up and how they interact with the medical professionals, maybe that's kind of the model where the Board of Cosmetology would still regulate the individual to make sure his or her license is being appropriately used and up to date, but not the facility itself. And so that's a great question. If there is a requirement in the current regulations that the Board of Cosmetology also regulate and oversee and inspect the actual facility, then that may be something that needs to be addressed, because that gets on the stepping on toes issues with physicians, which isn't popular. So those are all really great questions you're asking, and those are the right questions to ask.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's helpful, because I think, I think Kai Stanton brought the point up, because we have things that regulate both facility and individual. And it's hairy right now too, because we do have dual, dermatology office, aesthetic rooms, that sort of thing. And the way our law is written is to say it's vague is putting it nicely, what we look at when we go in there. So we try not to step on any toes, but I was just curious of the intent there, because I follow what you're saying. It's a tough question to ask, and I think it's a harder question to answer, right? Everybody does something different. So I appreciate your input though. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's a great question. I think the assumption is the higher license, like the physician's license, they're assuming, hey, that physician has things under control, and he or she will make sure that everything is in proper order where that esthetician works, because that physician actually is overseeing what that esthetician is doing in the first place.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I just honestly think that if we have a law that states that if you're working under the jurisdiction of the Nevada Board of Cosmetology licensing, that Board of Cosmetology license you. If the medical board is going to license you, then they regulate you. But if the Board of Cosmetology is going to license, we have to regulate those master estheticians. I don't think we're going to be able to get around that. It's a law. And I think we need to make sure that we add this to this document, that the master estheticians, so it won't be a surprise. We can't license an individual with a license and give it to them and that's it. We never, that means we can't bring them before our board for any citations. The inspectors won't be able to cite them. Right. The inspectors won't be able to do anything if we don't have it in the law. Every person that's licensed by the Nevada Board of Cosmetology has to be inspected by our board. The facility, I get it. We're not gonna go out. I don't think we should go in the doctor's office telling them how to clean, because they should be like top notch. They're medical doctors, they're experts at sanitation. But if we're licensing that individual, the doctors are so busy, they don't got time to see what the person is doing. Some of them just hold their license in these places. They come in there every so often to make sure things are going fine. They have office managers and directors there. So if we're going to license a master esthetician, I don't think we can exclude them
Mm-mm.
from
And
all
Madam-
the other licensees. I don't think it's gonna be legal. I think we're gonna bag ourselves up into a problem with legally, you know, why are you coming in my salon? You don't go over there. They licensed too. Don't come over here. We just got to look at it. It's the law. I think we got to, when we make these assumptions, I think we have to really understand, Director Landry, I don't think we're going to be able to get around it.
And Madam President, this is Kai Stanton. To Matt's point also, when you're doing nursing and medical, they're working closely, extremely closely with the physician. They can also write prescriptions and things of that nature. And that's why I requested the medical board conversation between staff and medical board, because I think it's very important for clarity of space. If they only inspect the room that the aesthetics working in, they are not to be roaming around the office. Like you said, that's already covered, not just under insurances and documentation and requirements by the state regarding other licensees to even have a physician office, but there is an extensive level of training that requires nursing to come up to a certain standard and elevation that's required by law. They're also held to a different standard when they receive that license for people's lives, etc. So they can be brought before a medical board with issues for malpractice and things of that nature. As a medical aesthetics, we want to make sure that there is further support there so that we're not allowing so much pressure on the physicians to have to dictate, document. You know, it's a lot. And honestly, if we really research the information on how many nurses have been, you know, with malpractice, or not even that, we can go as far back as aesthetics, doing some things that have caused, you know, some practice and some issues in the past that our cases reflect for years and years. So if we're going to put this into place, I just want the board to consider all the cases collectively and how the state is functioning, Nevada as a whole. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, we'll get back to that one towards the end, and then we can call for a vote. Okay, so we're going to go down to section 5, the advanced aesthetic procedure. These are all the advanced aesthetic procedures that the master, we're not calling it medical, it's master esthetician, right?
Correct.
Okay, so these are the services that they're able to perform. And then we can go over to page 6.
Miss Gwen,
Yes.
I thought we were going to change it to advanced esthetician, because the master was implying a different level.
Well, that's, well, the way that this bill was written, and I think we approved it too, Lou. I think
Okay.
in the March, we approved it as a board to move forward with the master aesthetic program, which is just like the second tier.
Okay.
I understand in a lot of states, they have advanced license and not master license. So this is going to be kind of new for us. We'll be getting a couple of new advanced license, master licenses I can see coming our way.
Thank you.
Okay, so on page 6, board, section 6, page 6 of 24 is talking about the dermal planning, the aesthetic medical device.
I'm sorry, Madam President, you said section 24?
No, we're on page 6.
Oh, that's what I thought. Okay, that's why I was like, I don't see section
6 of 24. In section number 7, I have a question, and I think I have a question for maybe Leah or Maggie, or maybe Leah. Okay, Leah, in this section here, it's talking about look like the different lasers and the different devices that the master esthetician will be allowed to use. Will staff get trained on all of these machines so that you can be familiar and making sure that these are machines that that's approved in the regulation for the master esthetician to be allowed to use?
Hey Gwen, yeah, when this was first talked about way back when, the intent, right, is that if we were gonna start regulating and inspecting these things, we certainly had to know how they worked. I guess in some degree, that's a little bit up in the air, right? Are we actually going in and inspecting and figuring out what our inspection role is now? But yes, the short answer is yes. Anything that's being taken on by the board, we were gonna have the inspectors, if no one else, go through training to figure, how you get these, how they work, what their service schedule is, that sort of thing. So yes, anything that gets added, whether it's master aesthetics or just any tool at all, we try to get the inspectors training on.
Okay. Well, it looks like the inspectors we need to start training
It
sometime
looks like
soon.
Brian Baltazar has his hand up also, just in case.
Okay,
no one
Brian, go
noticed.
right ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no,
I'm
it's quite all
I'm
right.
reading and looking at the same time.
No, it's totally fine. I thought I'd try to use that method as opposed to interrupting. So I just want to make sure, and this is backtracking a little bit on ablative. So are we going to be indicating in section 4 that these ablative procedures are not going to be permitted? I think you were right, Madam Chair, that it doesn't really tell us anything other than give us a definition. I think it needs to be included in there that ablative means this and this is not permitted to be done. There has to be a clear and concise, this is what you can and cannot do. So although I appreciate the definition, it's just a definition that sits and you kind of just have to allow the person to determine on their own, which you never want to do with these laws because they determine a lot on their own that isn't already.
Absolutely. Do we have to call for a vote for that, or do we just write it down and call for a vote in the end, Director Landry?
You can write it down, call a vote at the end, or you can vote as you go. It may be easier as we go along to approve these things and say section 4, as modified, let's vote on it. It's approved. Section 5, no modifications, it's approved, and go through it that way. So we don't have to
Okay.
remember everything that was done.
Okay.
So if you want to have a separate sentence on that ablative aesthetic medical procedure, I would have master estheticians are not allowed to perform these services.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to make that motion then.
Go right ahead, Baltazar.
I'd like to motion to include in section 4 the language indicating that ablative procedures are not permitted by master estheticians.
This is Board Member McCormick. I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, good. Thank you, Baltazar. That was good. I'm glad, because I was like, if I'm reading that, I know how I am. I'm like, no, it don't say I can't. Okay, so we're at section 5, and we looked at that. We're on page 6 now, and we were talking about the different devices. Okay, so these are these are non-ablative
President?
devices. Am I correct?
Madam President, before you go on, I would call for a vote on section 5. If you're not going to modify anything on section 5, let's vote on it and move on so we can get that one done.
Okay.
Madam
But
President,
I think section 5 goes to the next page too. Oh, no, it don't. Okay. Okay. Can I get a motion?
Madam President, this is Kai Stanton. I'd like to make a motion to approve section 5.
Can I get a second?
And Madam President, before we take this vote, and I'm not sure exactly where, but I thought that we had wound care in our original, what we had been putting together. Am I missing that?
I think there's going to still be more. I think this is just talking about advanced aesthetic procedures that's performed and not for treatment of medical or physical or mental ailment. I think these are just some of the things, and then I think we're gonna have them all broke down. So do you see anything in there that you think that a master esthetician should not perform?
Should not perform. No, I'm actually, means any of the following procedures, but we're on section 5, right?
Yes,
So That would, it's not that they wouldn't, I'm just asking, would wound care go in this section?
I'm
As-
sorry, can you repeat that for me, McCormick?
Would wound care go in this section? So when I put in that the legislation from Montana that I was submitting to everyone, it just went into great depth about wound care. And so I just want to make sure that we get it in the appropriate place because I do feel like that's important. However, we can keep going. I just want to make sure that it is expanded on. And I guess we could do that at another meeting if it's necessary, but.
Or you could add, or this is the time that when we get to this section, you can always add to it.
I would like to add wound care to this section. And I put a big description on or I provided a description previously for the last meeting, but wound care I think should be in here. So I'm sorry, Member Stanton, if I could have that added and then we could go back to your motion, that would be awesome.
Sure, I would like the definition for everyone to hear across the board for all board members, just to refresh their memory on the definition of wound care that we're adding into it. So because we don't want anyone confused on the definition of wound care medical technology versus master aesthetics technology definition regarding wound care, because wound care is awfully a large definition that can be taken in several different directions. So we're going to not only, I need to see what that definition consists of to make sure that it's properly added on there. So if we can go over that, Madam President, for the definition that was given.
That's fine.
I actually am going to try to pull up just a brief one from.
I agree with Board Member Stanton. If we could just read that into the record, just to have that.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to sound like we nurses either.
Well, no, but I didn't have a chance to really discuss this in great detail, but let me go over it very quickly. I'm pulling up the document now. So this was in the board pack. If there are any other board members, this was in the board pack. This was submitted for the special meeting. I'm having a little trouble loading everything, but I will give everyone a reference as to the page that I'm just speaking of, so you can all go over wound care.
That would be great. I would love for everyone to hear on the call. There's some people on the call that were not privy to that information, as well as some current aesthetics that are in licensing and some schools that are present. So we just want everyone on the same page on what we're referring to.
I'm having trouble pulling this up, Leah. So Gary, how could I go about it to make sure that we address it and not hold this meeting up anymore?
Can we come back to this, Gary? Because I think it's rather.
Let's come back. Let's not vote on section 5 right now. Let's come back to section 5.
Yeah, can we have them process that information, because it's extremely important that we have that stated if it's not prepared already. So if we can have staff review that and say that for the public to hear, because this will affect everyone as a whole. Thank you. And thank you, Madam President.
Sure. Where is the definition that you're referring to located? It's in a different document, you said?
It is, Leah, and I will pull it up and then I will shout it out. So we could just keep going. I don't want to hold anyone up, so let's just keep trucking along.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I said we will come back to that one. But if we can get some research in the background, maybe Maggie, can you assist us with the definition of wound care?
And Madam Chair, if I could briefly, Matt Brinton with NEMA. I don't know how to do the raise the hand thing that Ryan Baltazar did. Sorry about that. So the way this, if we're going to walk through this, the way it works, so in these sections, again, section 4 through 17 are merely definitions. And then starting in section 18, it starts to use these definitions to put the actual, regulations together. And so, adding a prohibition to actual section 4 is possible, where it's just defining ablative. But then if you actually go to section 21, where it actually defines what a master esthetician can do, you'll see that it says a master esthetician can do these non-ablative procedures. You'll see that a master esthetician can do, then you go down to 3, it says a master esthetician shall not perform any ablative aesthetic medical procedure. And so again, it is possible to add these, in the definitions, what can and cannot be done, but the definitions are simply that, they're just definitions. And then they're later used to actually say what can and can't be done, especially in section 21. I just want to give you some background to how this is set up. So
As I looked at it, I seen that the sections repeat themselves, but I just want to make sure that we go through every single one so that all the board members can have a thorough understanding if they didn't get a chance to really get a chance to review it, so that they can ask questions and make sure that the definitions, when we get to what you can do, and then we've already had it in the definition, and then we don't see it in that particular section. So I think we just have to go through every single one just to make sure we're going to vote on them. We're going to make the changes as we go. So section number 6, the definition of dermaplaning. Can I get a motion for section 6?
Madam President, this is Kai Stiante, and I would like to make a motion to approve section 6.
Can I get a second?
This Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So when we're talking about section 7, talking about the medical devices, these are the definitions of the different devices.
Madam President, this section looks good. The only question I have, I know there's different levels of laser. Are we just approving laser as just the word, and then it can be defined later? Because I know there's different levels of a laser. So I'm not sure, does that need to be clarified what type of laser? And the other one was the shockwave device. Is there a certain definition that we need to use, or can we just say that across the board? I'm just not clear, especially with the word laser. Do we need to say this particular laser only? Or X, Y, and Z laser? That way it's defined what laser, and then all the regulations can be added accordingly later on. But can we utilize the word laser across the board to simplify things, keep it easier?
I'm not quite sure if we can start saying, I know as long as they're non-ablative lasers, right? I don't know if we can pick a particular company and say this is the laser that you have to be trained on, or this is a laser that the board is going to be acceptable to the board. But I think if they have certain frequencies and they go up, because that laser, I mean, it's certain lasers with certain amount of experience. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that's doing laser now that have experience, and those machines can be really high powered.
Madam
Right.
President.
But with the support of medical physicians that are there, I think it should be okay, because there is medical support there as well. So because of the medical support, I thought that a laser across the board would be okay, because they're also under their medical licensings as well. I'm sorry, insurance. Insurance is not licensing. I apologize. That was a bad terminology. I meant insurances, as far as they can utilize this particular piece of equipment, no matter what kind of laser it is. So that's why I thought it was fine. Like you said, we can't really dictate a particular type or one.
Madam President, I cannot find where we raise our hand on my screen. So I think I'm with someone else where I just don't see that option on mine, but.
I don't see it on mine either. But,
yeah,
can I say something, McCormick, right before you? I just wanted to answer Board Member Stanton's question. I think what we have to remember, I think we're getting confused, that we are still going to be overseeing, because not everybody that has a master esthetician license is going to be working under a medical doctor.
Mm.
They're going to be working in spas, they're going to be renting their own spaces. So
Mm.
so I think when you keep saying that they're going to be working under the supervision of a medical person, that's not necessarily true. The majority of them won't.
Okay, I'm glad that's clarified. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Board Member
Madam-
McCormick, I'm sorry.
No, my apologies. I had a chance to reach out to Arizona, the chair of the board for cosmetology there. His name is Gary Bagley, and he actually has a school. It's a laser school in Arizona. And I wanted to too as well get a good understanding. But one of the things they said they did in their original legislation for lasers was add a lot of descriptions that basically in time made their regulations like old, because they did name equipment and they got very specific with the equipment. And then as technology changed, like all this stuff had to be rewritten. So I just, to your point, Madam President, it is very, I think it's very important so that we have longevity with this, that we don't name equipment specifically.
And I agree that we couldn't just say what lasers a person could be trained on, because if there's non-ablative procedures that they're going to be doing, it's almost like whatever kind of curling iron you like to use, or your shears. To me, I mean, that's the way I'm kind of looking at this. But I think that if they have those high powered ones, that still, I'm not quite sure. I think the board would have to be trained on so many of them. So I guess they all kind of do some of the same things, right?
And if I could, this is Matt Brenton with NEMA. The way all of this has its roots in, if you look at the Section 7, Part 1, and then go to Part 2, it's the fact that these are FDA regulated medical devices, and it's in the actual FDA Act, 21 USC 321. And when all of these devices, and everyone's right, there are many different technologies used. Sometimes just the generic term laser is used, but that only represents a very small piece of all of these devices, because laser does involve light technology, but there's also intense pulse light called IPL that's not laser, but it's light. There's radio frequency, ultrasound, microwave, there's freezing technologies, right? There's an endless number of technologies used, and exactly what Ms. McCormick said is exactly right. Arizona went into this years, it's probably been 12, 13 years ago, and they try to regulate the individual technologies, and that's ended up being a big mistake. And I expect them to amend their laws eventually. It's been a hassle for them because technology changes so quickly. And so what is not going to change is the fact that these are regulated by the FDA, and the FDA approves them as a medical device. And so a physician is needed to purchase these, and some level of physician supervision is needed to operate these in most states. And so the way this law was set up is it was general supervision, and you'll see that later on as we go through this. But that is what's turning out to be the most popular form of supervising these devices, where as long as the technician is trained, so a master esthetician has the training, all he or she needs is the general supervision of a physician. And the way we defined it, and other states have done it, is that means that physician has to be immediately available by phone or video, two-way video communication to discuss any issues, and then available in person within 60 miles or 60 minutes if the need arises. And that level of involvement of the physician, even though the physician is not on site, is really what makes this an effective way to regulate the industry. And so,
but Matt, I think we took that 60-minute, 60-mile thing. Is taken out.
Yeah, everything's taken out.
Yeah,
right?
that's taken out. So we still have to know that parts might not happen. So,
Correct.
so if you're using one of these these devices and you run into some complication and you're not under the supervision of a medical, you're just under the supervision of the board because the board licensed your private room, is where I think we're going to start running into. So maybe, do these machines have like a certain, they go up to a certain amp? Maybe we should put something in place where that they can't go over so many wave amps or so many, not so much regulating what machine you use. But if you don't have anybody to pick up the phone and call, you can't call state board and ask them, So if you don't have anybody that you can pick up the phone and call, because not the majority of the people that the state will be issuing this license to, they're going to be working on their own, mainly private practices and spas. Not that many of them going to be in doctor's office, because if most of them are already there. There's a lot of them already there. So it's not like we got doctor's offices popping up all over the city. So I think that if we have some kind of control over how powerful these machines can get, we might need to put that in the regulation. So that if I don't have anybody that I can pick up the phone and call, at least I can't do too much damage. But if I'm in the medical setting, then maybe my amps can go up because I'm under the supervision of a doctor. But if I'm not up under supervision of the doctor, and I just graduated from a master esthetician program, and I go and I love these procedures, and I'm really curious in doing all these different services, like tightening skin, and I run into something where I burn somebody, I don't have nobody to pick up the phone and call. Who I call? The person that I purchased the machine from. So I think that in our regulation, I can see us not regulating what kind of machine you purchase, because you can't regulate what kind of tool a person buys. But these machines, without a doctor on staff, they should be only a certain, only so many shock waves or wave, whatever you want to call it. They should be only so powerful. Maybe they should go medium. We should go medium, not to high, these machines because some of these machines, they do all kinds of stuff. I was looking at these machines and I was getting confused. So I can't imagine what somebody getting out of school or somebody, they're already doing damage to people, and they own these machines. They're already doing damage to people out there, and they own these machines. So can you imagine a student not working up under the supervision of a medical person using one of these machines? State board has to have some kind of control of this, or we're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yes, and Madam Chair, you are preaching, you are saying what we've been trying to say for 2 years there. Currently, there are no regulations, no requirements, no training required, no supervision required in the state. And that's why we've been ringing the alarm for 2 years and trying to pass this legislation. This legislation says, yes, we have to have the people trained, and yes, we have to have some level of medical supervision. And so, yes, there are, as you'll see later on, there's some sort of requirement to have some sort of physician involvement. So even that would be our strong recommendation, because these are FDA regulated medical devices. There needs to be some level of physician supervision. And what that is, I guess the board can talk about how closely involved, but yes, what you're saying is right. And I'm not aware of any state that has tried to actually regulate the power or the strength of the devices, the settings on the devices individually. I think that'd be a very, very tough thing to do. The states where they do draw boundaries is with this ablative versus non-ablative. So that is a way to do what you're saying effectively. But these non-ablative devices, once the technicians are trained and under the proper physician supervision, being the general supervision, which is what that's working. And then those technicians understand how to calibrate, how to set them, what is too powerful, the same way they handle other devices and equipment to not burn people and injure people. But thank you.
Okay.
Madam
Director
President,
Landry,
I just want to make mention in section 21 on page 8, that's where it really defines what a master esthetician can do. Says a master esthetician may perform a non-ablative aesthetic medical procedure only under the supervision of a healthcare professional. There will be no master estheticians practicing in their own shops without a doctor or some healthcare professional
Okay,
overseeing and coordinating, because
okay,
that's something we don't want to do. We don't want to have
Okay.
them just turn loose and do what they want.
okay, because that's making me nervous already. Talk about skin tightening and all that. I'm like, Lord, I need to go get some skin tightened.
So I just want to be clear, Madam President, because I thought I read the same thing. So master aesthetics will be required. I just want clarification to work under physician care, et cetera. So they must be under a physician. I just want to be clear.
Okay.
Okay,
That
okay,
is-
thank you,
that is
ma'am.
correct.
So, okay,
Okay.
thank you.
So did we vote on section 6 already? We did, right?
I proposed
Yes, we did.
that after that clarification, yes. I just
Okay,
needed a second.
can I get a second for section 6?
It was Board Member Douglas. I
That's
second that motion.
That's what I thought. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
motion carries. Section 7, can I get a motion?
This is Madam President. I would like to approve section, I apologize, I pulled that back really quickly. Plasma, isn't that a derivative from blood, if I'm not mistaken?
That is true.
So there's plasma in there. I know there's a facial that requires plasma, but I thought that that was called a vampire plasma, and someone received a contraction. And please clarify if I'm not mistaken. There were several breakouts with the AIDS virus or HIV due to transmission of plasma in the state of Nevada. And there was an issue regarding the vampire facial. Is this connected to it? And is that something that we're still, I don't believe we currently, we're still offering that. I guess that was under the medical issue because that was under a physician care at the time, if I'm not mistaken. There was a couple cases regarding that. So is that what we're still supporting regarding plasma? Or I'm okay with it as long as it's under, and as executive have explained, this is under a physician. So I just want to be clear because it's a little conflicting on the laws that we put into place, which I believe was a additive to one of those laws due to an issue we had that breakout in Nevada. So will that conflict with approving that only that part? But we're saying they're under a physician. I don't believe this esthetician at the time was under a physician. So I just want to be clear, will that particular part be conflicting with what we already put into place as an additive due to that breakout of the transferring of AIDS and HIV with that particular issue from plasma?
Well, maybe
If
that
I
should be
might.
something, maybe we should take that plasma out.
Yeah, we had a major breakout. It was really issue.
Yeah.
We could not get involved. It was under the medical, and there was a lot of lawsuits, things of that nature. So that was a couple years ago. I just want to be clear, is that the road that we're going down? But once again, I just want to highlight that particular aesthetic department was not under a physician. I don't believe they were under a physician. And if they were, then that just holds true to things weren't being checked out accordingly. So we really need to take a sobering look on what we're unleashing on the public again.
Madam President, if I may, as long as board member stands.
Yes.
I believe that we should leave it. I do believe that, I think that it's one of the most requested services. You know, it's really popular. And I do believe that we're taking the precautions as a board to make sure that it stays under the supervision of a physician, a doctor. And I do believe that this is something that can be done safely and has continued to be done safely. I think with all things that we, and again, I'm not sure specifically of what specific outbreak. I've heard of a lot of different things with a lot of these services. But I do know that they can be done safely as well. And I think that that option should remain for all licensed estheticians and people who want to be able to offer that to customers, because it is very effective, and it is a highly preferred treatment to skin rejuvenation. And I would like to see that stay unless we receive anything that says it's not being done safely. I think that they deserve the opportunity.
Madam President, I think to my point, it has already been proven that people contracted AIDS and HIV. That's an actual case in Nevada. So I don't know what other history is needed. It's an actual law case. So yeah. But I'm okay as long as it's with under a physician, as to Board Member McCormick stated. I think it can be done safely, and it is effective. I love all the treatments provided.
But you also have to remember that not only will the medical estheticians be performing these services under a doctor, but the schools are going to all have the opportunity to teach these particular devices. And that's one of my concerns too.
Right, but whoever offers these particular services, will have to go through a large amount of training that will be provided, from my understanding. So once these are approved, I know also some schools may or may not want to offer these particular services. So I just want to keep the board as open as possible for all the schools to pick and choose what they would like to educate. And if a school is already established with it and is doing well with it, good job. But if, Sierra Beauty School, I'm just making up a school, doesn't want to offer it, then they have the option not to as well. I just want to make sure that people understand what is being approved, that's all.
Okay, so when we talk down the line, we're going to be talking about the schools, and then we're going to be talking about equipment that's going to be needed for the schools. So it sounds like that most of these advanced master estheticians are going to be taught under medical. Medical is going to give them most of their training. I don't think the schools are going to be giving them all of these particular different services that they're going to be offering. It looks like they're going to be getting certified like they are now, working up under a licensed physician, is what it appears to me. When I read through, Matt, this whole bill, and I looked through all these procedures, it looks like a lot of these procedures, estheticians are already trained on them, and they're already working with these procedures in the doctor's offices and laser institutes. So I guess they will continue to do those services if you don't want to, because I don't think, Board Member Stanton, that if it's in the law and these are some devices that they're going to be tested on, because they're going to still have to be tested, and State Board is still going to have to come up with the written for it. So we got to make sure that Board, as we approving these procedures and the definitions, that the individuals are still going to have to take the test, right? We're going to still be licensing them, testing them too as well, right? So Director, Leah, can you answer that? So if I'm a master esthetician and I go to take my exam, my written exam, I'm going to be tested on these different procedures, because basically the test is procedures.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a better question for Gary, but I would presume, right? We ask you now, if you graduate from the aesthetic program, your basics walk away from there. I presume we do the same for your medical aesthetic program. We'd be asking you basic questions related to that program as well.
And I'm happy to answer and to tell you how other states are doing this, if that helps as well.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Matt Brenton with NEMA. So most states, what they do is you've got the basic program, then you have the advanced program on top of that, and you're learning a lot of the basic, the critical information about the actual energies themselves and the theory behind how they work. and a lot of the same skills transfer over to being able to operate these devices. It's, well, I'll just put it almost impossible to really train on every one of these modalities. And so
Yeah.
what schools do is they teach the fundamentals, and then, because again, as we're crossing over, it's kind of difficult. We're getting into this advanced aesthetic world where we are getting into chemical peels and microneedling and those types of devices. Those are great. Those are more advanced aesthetic procedures. But once we cross over into using these FDA regulated medical devices, most schools, they may not have the devices or may not have them on site, or the states may not have them to actually test students. But it's learning the basics on how those devices work, how the fundamentals behind them, laser and energy physics, and then how the body reacts to those stimuli. Then when they go on to work in their medical spas or physician offices for the actual equipment, they get a lot of hands-on training on those devices.
That's what I thought.
So yeah, most states require the fundamentals be taught, but don't actually cross over into, you must be trained on this kind of device or this kind of energy, because there are so many different energies and devices. And then also, if I could, on the plasma, so in this section 7, aesthetic medical device, there is a plasma energy, not to be confused with the plasma often referred to as PRP, platelet rich plasma. I'll get to in a second. But plasma energy comes in the form of a pen, and it's used for skin tightening and skin rejuvenation. And that's just one of the energies. It's actually a device. Getting into PRP, platelet rich plasma, is something that's been used for a long time in various joint rehabilitation type services by physicians. Well, it's been now adopted into the aesthetic world when used with a microneedling device on the skin. So a phlebotomist will extract blood, it's put in a centrifuge, the plasma separated out. Estheticians and master estheticians in some states are able to apply that like a serum to the skin, the individual's own plasma, with a microneedling device. And that's sometimes referred to as a vampire facial. It is very popular. And it's being used for even on the scalp for hair restoration and a number of different procedures. The microneedling device can infuse the individual's own plasma into the skin for rehabilitation, for hair growth, and those kinds of things. So plasma energy.
I understand, man. I don't like that one. I don't like, I think we should take the plasma out.
And that's not,
if they want to learn that once they get into the medical world, I think that's what they should learn that. I don't think that the state board should be overseeing and allowing this, something that we're not going to probably oversee.
And section 7 is not referring to PRP. It is not. It's referring to
let's just be more specific there then. Because that one there that's injecting and going up under the skin, taking blood, putting it here and there, that's you need a medical license to be doing that to people. I don't think that some people might not even get the proper training from some of these doctors that just hold their licenses in their places. Now that you said that, I don't think that's something that our state should be, as a board, that we should be. If they want to learn some of these procedures, like you said, I totally agree, Matt. They're going to learn, and I figured that they're going to learn what they learn because they're under the supervision of a doctor. So they're going to get some extra. But for us to have it here in our definitions to allow them for plasma, any kind of transmitting blood, and we're not overseeing unless the board is going to go inside these medical places and oversee, and we know we're going to vote on this for a fact, we can remove it now.
Madam President, to that, I do have a question though. Within aesthetics, we come across blood often.
I know that, but I'm saying that they're taking blood out, adding it in the hair follicle, because they can do all kinds of things. That's not even what they should be trained to do.
To clarify this, Madam President, this is Gary Landry, Executive Director. I would probably put plasma and on the side of it, put parentheses energy, and that'll clarify. It's not the PRP, it's just the plasma energy.
Okay, because I'm like, oh, no.
That's correct. This is plasma energy in this section. This legislation does not address PRP. you're talking about, Madam
Okay,
President.
well,
This is-
Matt, you said it.
No, I wanted to distinguish is what I was trying to do. I wanted to distinguish that in section 7, it is an energy, it's a device that's an energy used for skin rejuvenation. And then PRP is a separate thing that's separate and apart from this.
Okay, can we add that in parentheses? As our definition?
Good
Yes,
idea.
already did that.
Okay. Can I get a motion, please, to approve section 7? Any other questions about section 7, anybody? But Matt, thanks for being helpful, Matt.
So Madam Chair, that would be section 7 with the amendment indicating energy, just to be
Yes.
clear. Okay.
Yes.
Madam President, I would like to make a motion to approve section 7 with the amendment to plasma.
Yes, Board Member.
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's go down to section 8. So what do we mean by other similar aesthetic purposes?
And I'm happy to explain how that definition was set up. So when we talk about these aesthetic medical devices, which we've already just talked about, these are these FDA regulated, lasers and RF and ultrasound. And there's, kind of 2 branches. There's ablative and non-ablative. And whenever these devices are used to do a procedure, we call that an aesthetic medical procedure. Again, they're tied together. And when they're used for beautification and for anti-aging and skin rejuvenation and all of these kinds of procedures. So it's just a way to talk about, here are the devices, and then here are the procedures that are basically work hand in hand with each other.
And I
This
believe
seems like-
that, Matt was,
This is Board Member Douglas. Can I ask a question?
Go right ahead, board member.
I wanted to know, is there any way possible that they can have photos of the machines that they're going to be using so we can see them to kind of like get an idea of what they're using? So when we're voting on it or trying to approve things, we can understand what they're talking about more.
Well, we're just gonna do this part, board member Douglas, today, and I think we're gonna do the regulation part on another day.
Okay.
Are we gonna do regulation today, Executive Director Landry?
it's whatever the purview of the board. If you want to do a regulation today, you can. You're not required to, because the regulations wouldn't come until after the law was passed. The law is what you need to focus on today.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a vote, and they're gonna want to know what does the board want as far as a change in the law.
Okay, so we'll get through the law. Okay, thank you, board member Douglas. That was a good question. Okay, so Director Landry, you were getting ready to say something about a similar aesthetic purposes.
Yes, I think that what Matt was trying to do with that is, instead of saying all these things and then stop, that would not allow any other aesthetic procedure to be done. So he just put in other similar aesthetic purposes, so that no matter what changes, no matter what goes on in the world, if it's aesthetic and it doesn't fall into medical, then it would be tied to this aesthetic medical procedure. It allows you to have unlimited amounts of processes and procedures done without having to change the law every 2 years, going back over and over. That I think is just an all-inclusive term.
Yes, exactly. Well said.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
Madam President, I would like to make a motion to approve. That completely makes sense as well.
Yeah. Can I get a second?
Yes, Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Section 9.
Madam President, I would like to make a motion to approve section 9, which reflects the details as the foundation of basic aesthetics.
Can I get a
Yes,
second?
Yes, Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Section number 10.
I would like to make it a motion to approve section 10, which is another definition that has already been approved through aesthetics program currently.
Can I get a second?
It's Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Section number 11.
Madam President, I would like to make a motion, if possible, to be able to approve section 11 through section 13.
Can I get a second?
Brian Baltazar, second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Section number, yes, go right ahead.
Madam President, I apologize. I was jumping ahead. Section 14, I was going to ask for a small conversation. I didn't know if anyone had any questions regarding the medium depth chemical peel. From what I see,
Excuse me, Board Member Stanton, we're gonna come there. Can did we make an approval section 11? We did approve section 11, right?
11 through 13.
Oh, we already did that?
Yes, ma'am. I requested 11 through 13 to be approved. I apologize.
Okay.
If I
So we
ran
did give a second.
ahead, if I ran ahead, I do see the two definitions here. It didn't look anything too far from what's pretty much current, and indeed, except for the details, which we have approved in the other sections. So that's why I thought it was appropriate for 11 through 13 to be approved, so we can. move
Okay,
to
so
the-
you have a second, right?
Yes, ma'am. Douglas, second that motion.
Okay, good. Okay, we can go to 14 now.
I would like to turn that over to the floor. I like section 14, but there may be other questions regarding chemical peel. But it's already kind of in process, the same as aesthetics that are currently doing that. So I didn't see, unless someone saw something I didn't. So I'll turn it back over to you, Madam President.
Okay, so is there any conversation about section 14? I mean, what was your concern about medium depth chemical peels? What is medium depth? They go down to like the second layer of skin?
I guess the question and the aesthetic seat, Board Member McCormick can help out with this regarding I guess my question would be, does that go to the third layer of the skin or just the second layer?
Medium depth, I'm not entirely sure. That's probably more a question that Gwen would be able to ask as an answer. I'm not 100% sure.
I apologize.
I wasn't quite sure with that one too, because I know that those chemical peels can be really dangerous with dark skin.
Well, yeah, Madam President, you are correct. It can be, but chemical peels, to be effective, they have to basically get to, the second layer. It's got to get off that first layer of skin. So, I mean, pretty much if you don't allow it, then we're not going to be allowing any kind of effective treatments to take place. So I think as it's written is very appropriate. And I think that all of the brands that I'm aware of are medium that are widely available. So I don't know anything that's deeper than that, but I think it's definitely within range, national range, average range.
Okay.
Thank you, Boris Heed. I'm referring to the aesthetic seat because they have the details in certain areas. So that's why I refer to the aesthetic department regarding answering questions, because I know that they utilize that a little bit more frequently than cosmetology. So those questions regarding aesthetics, that's why they're on the board, is to be addressed to them for their specialty department. But I am more than happy to refer that to the president, MS Cosmetology, to do that. I have no problems with that. I just think that information across the board, not everybody is previous to certain details that are on this call that have full understanding. So thank you. I'd like to approve that if that's, it
Well,
only
if
goes
me,
to
if
the second
medium,
layer
if
was my
medium,
question.
if medium debt means just to the second layer, I don't know how, I mean, can it go down any further than that? I mean, does it stop after the chemical action after a certain period of time? And I'm kind of like, it's hard for me to really get into this medium debt chemical peel because I don't know. My face was burnt really bad from a chemical peel, and it was done in the doctor's office by an esthetician. So you just have to be very careful because when you're training individuals and you're servicing the clients, light skin versus the darker skin, you have to be really, really careful with those chemical peels. And chemical peels is almost like that. To me, it's like almost like acid eating up away at the skin. So medium debt, when you put medium debt, Matt, because I don't want us to put like a limit on how strong these chemical peels could be. But I know that if you're just trained and you take a client inside one of these facilities where you're going to be working, and you don't quite understand the skin textures and type, that medium debt can be just a disaster.
Madam President, I too have had chemical peels. I get them regularly. And, if you want an explanation of medium debt, I do apologize, Board Member Stanton. I'm happy to pull up an official definition of it for everyone.
Okay, please. Can you do that?
It's a pretty standard thing, but I'll pull something up, but it's absolutely nothing to be alarmed of.
Okay.
And, it's like with anything, but I too, President Bremo, have gotten good and bad chemical peels. And, you do need training, but it has been performed by an esthetician every time, and that's in the state of Nevada. So to take it away now would actually be taking something that they've been able to do.
No, okay, you're right. You're right. I'm okay with that. Because they're doing them anyway. So I think it's just the amount of training. And so those are some things that I just, we want people to continue to grow, but we have to be careful giving them like too much free range, but they're doing this already. So
Madam President, should we just go forward or should we get into the definitions? I think that's
no, we can go forward. We can go forward with that one. Can I get a motion?
I'd like to make a motion, Madam President, to approve 14 and section 15. Microdermabrasion is already inclusive, and so that's already approved. So if we can have a motion for 14 and 15 to be approved, Madam President, I'd like to place that on the table.
Can I get a second?
It's Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Section 16 is microneedling.
I would like to make a motion to approve microneedling. I don't believe that goes past the third layer of the skin unless.
Can I just ask before we make that motion, can I ask Leah, since a lot of individuals or applicants will be opening their own microneedling spas and things like that. Those are places where we would be definitely overseeing, because we're going to make sure that we probably have to oversee all master estheticians that's licensed. But I know that there's a couple of places, there's several all across the city, because I had the microneedling done. And it was done by an esthetician, and they're regulated by the health department. So how would that work for us?
Yeah, I mean, I guess part of that remains to be seen, right? But a lot of these places will hold 2 licenses. They might have something with the health department, whether it's a personal license or facility, and then they have something with us, right? So you have a facility license and your personal.
Okay.
So that would grant us access there.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I know the lady that did mine, she has her own microneedling spa. I mean, it's like more than just a private room. She even do training. So I just want us to be making sure that we, be able to oversee these individuals, and they have to hold our license as well. So when we're going inside these places, and we can hold somebody accountable, they have to be held accountable. The licensee, not the doctors. We need the licensees. Okay, so can I get an approval for section 16?
Madam President, this is Tyson, and I'd like to have a motion on the table for approval 16 as well as 17, the non-negotiable aesthetics medical procedure definition as well.
This is Board Member McCormick. I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Section number 18. Excuse me. So I'm looking at section A and in section B there, and I think I don't know if we're going to be able to move forward with this one, because I don't think we've made a decision on how many hours that the program is going to be. I have a problem with a 750-hour training program for an esthetician that's been licensed in the field already, because most estheticians are already licensed to do these. They're already certified to do these particular services. So Director Landry, how do we handle that particular situation?
You just have to choose a number that you feel comfortable with. Whatever the majority of the board feels comfortable with is what we need to go with. So if it's 1,200 hours, if it's 750, whatever the hours are that you want to have them trained at, that's what you have to do. If you want 600 hours instead of 750, or 650 instead of 750, or 900 instead of 750, whatever the number of hours you want, that's what we're going to be bringing to the legislature.
See, when we see a year or two ago or so, last legislation, when the schools came to the board, and they had a high drop rate with Lou, you remember when we talked about this? There was a lot of students leaving the state.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And I think the issue was, because right now the retention is fabulous. And I think the issue was that it went from a 600-hour course to a 900-hour course with nothing added, no additional items.
Right.
So here we have the addition of items, and I think you're going to need a lot more time to do it. I think 750 is a little bit more. I think if the original one is 1,200 and they've already gone through a program of 600 or more, because we might have some older people coming back that were in the 900-hour program, I think 600 is enough time to complete the training. Plus, to me, it's consistent. The 1,200 to 750 is not consistent. It almost looks like a means to ensure that a student will choose the 1,200 over the 750 or over just the 600 out the gate. That's kind of how I'm feeling when I read that. So for me, I think if it's 1,200 hours, it's 1,200 hours, period.
I think 1,200 hours. I don't think students want to complete a 1,200-hour program, because the majority of these procedures, a lot of the procedures need to be taught in the school, but the majority of these certifications are going to be, I think that those medical spas or places like that, well, anyway, you have to be certified on those different lasers and to use those different devices anyway. So if you're going to be, because the schools are going to be teaching the fundamentals. If a student wants to do, let me just say what my concern is. My concern is that all across the country, I sit on the committee for state relations with American Association for Cosmetology Schools, and every month, excuse me, not right now, okay? Go get your brother. Grandma's on the call. Excuse me, go. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, these institutes for justice and these people, the legislators are just attacking the states. And I mean, forcing them to reduce hours. What I'm concerned about is that we had a 900-hour aesthetic program that was reduced to 600 hours because I agree 900 was a long time for a student to have to complete to learn the procedures that were set in place. Then we went to 600 hours. Now we're going to 1,200 hours to add some of the procedures that
Well, these are all new procedures, I would think.
yeah, but there's not that many of them. It's a
Okay.
lot of it. It's not that many of them for additional 600 hours.
Madam President, if I may, I agree with you. I think that that's too long. If you're an esthetician, especially you have to think about estheticians who'll be returning to
Right.
to go back to school. Like, it's not just the ones who are going in the program from the beginning. So it should be something that is not a roadblock. This is supposed to create opportunities. So I agree with you. Do you have a suggestion or recommendation? Would you say that since it was 900 aesthetics originally and we reduced it to 600, that we'd fall somewhere in the 900 or 900 hour range for advanced aesthetics? Or do you feel it should be a little
I
more?
think 900 to 1,000 or something like that, but 1,200 is a lot. I mean, a student, it's hard to get a student to do for a full course program.
Yeah. And we don't want to keep them in school.
We want to retain the students. We want to retain the individuals to go out to work. We want to make it where it's not a strain on the individuals. And I was really thinking too, Board Member McCormick, about the estheticians that's already licensed.
Yeah.
The average esthetician that's been in the field over 5 years, they're doing dermoplaning, they doing microneedling, they doing all these procedures already anyway. So what, I mean, what are they going to do? Go back in and have to sit there and leave their careers to go back to school? I just think I think 750 hours is too many.
How about we take it back to the original aesthetics number that we had for our state, which was 900, and to keep our aesthetics program at 6, to put our master aesthetics at 9, which basically shows that we reduced it based on curriculum and we enhanced it based on curriculum appropriately.
And I think, so you were saying that in order to go back to school to become a master esthetician, I think 300 hours is a long time.
You do.
300 hours away from my job and me having to go in my career and my family, and I've been doing this for 10 years. If somebody made me go back to school for 750 hours to be a master cosmetologist, I'm gonna find a way around it. I'm gonna get all my certifications and work with the medical doctor.
If I could, Madam President, so the 1,200 hours, there's a lot of substance to it when you're adding on the advanced aesthetics, getting into microneedling and chemical peels and all these different energies, exfoliations, extractions. There is a lot to it, but I agree. I mean, the reduction from 900 down to 600 for the basic, I think, was an awesome thing. The 750 hours to just add on to an existing license, I agree, is too much. And going back down to 600 to where you have 600 for basic, 600 for the master, that's what most states are doing. That's the other issue, is if we want our Nevada students to be able to transfer their licenses to Utah and Washington and Oregon and Virginia and Washington, DC and Iowa and Mississippi, that's the hour total we're seeing as a popular kind of common hour total. And if we want to make the license transferable, that's kind of where states are sitting with their hour totals.
Madam President, I have a question. I know there is that's a very good point Matt made regarding the transfer of license, and we do offer reciprocity in 35 other states out of the 50. The other thing is, even though kind of like cosmetology, how the hours fluctuate accordingly, but they still honor that, especially if it's not like extremely too far off, which is nice, because they do acknowledge, certain areas in education required, such as Matt was saying, that is already in place. So because we already have those relationships established through the entity of cosmetology transferring out of 35 other states, as long as the hours aren't too far apart, 9 times out of 10, they will still honor that hour-wise. Most states aren't so rigid, especially if we're already being recognized in other areas in licensing of reciprocity. So to that
I think there's some
level,
states that,
I don't see any problem regarding transferring of license, right, with coming from lower hours, giving the full spectrum of what Luce was saying, students leaving states, getting education elsewhere. This will minimize that. But the beauty of this also is we're just saying minimal. You must have, no exception, this amount.
okay, so
We're
can
not
I ask a
that the
question?
school, say for example, another school. Yes.
No, go ahead. Go right
Yes,
ahead.
ma'am. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Oh, no,
No.
I was just saying that if another school wanted to offer more services because they have the capability to do so, right? They may offer other extra classes that they can't get anywhere else. I could see them saying, in order to graduate our institute, you must have X, Y, and Z hours. But just the minimum basis, just the foundation of, I think lowering the hours just for that foundation of is a nice starting point. But schools can themselves, entity-wise, offer more.
I had a question for Director Landry or Leah or somebody to answer. So when a licensee is requesting a reciprocity, do we get a copy of their transcript to see what things they were actually trained on?
I'm not sure on aesthetics, whether we get the transcript or not, but I think we do on all of them to see what they were trained on. And right now we don't have a master esthetician license, so we don't look for that. But we get aesthetics from other states, and we always check to see what training they had. But most states are at the 600 level, which is what we moved to, and that transfers pretty readily. I don't know on master estheticians what we would do in that case. We'd have to do what the board wants or what the legislature is going to instruct us to do. But we want to do something that will make sure that we keep an equitable amount of hours. They don't have to have the exact amount of hours. We get cosmetology transfers from New York State. New York State only requires 1,000 hours. We take
And
them
we
in,
still train. We still give them reciprocity.
Correct.
Okay. Because they probably submit transcripts and they're like equal to what we're actually teaching or required for our state, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. I would like to see those hours reduced. I would just not want hardship to be for an esthetician to complete the program. And I mean, with 1,200 hours for a esthetician to enroll to become a master esthetician, I think it's lengthy, but I think it's even more concerning for me of 750 hours of training for a person that because we're trying to make this license a friendly license so that all these micro needling and places can come up under our umbrella, that they can hold our license as well. And if we make it where it's going to be too many hours of training for them to go back to school, then we're going to be chasing them down and finding them. And what do we do then? Because they're not going to be able to afford to go back to school. Some of them just can't go back to school. I mean, to go back to school to start all over, I think that's a lot. I would like to get a motion. Okay, can I go ahead, Board Member Stanton?
I was just going to say I would like to make a motion to review the hours. Is that the motion we're at right now? I apologize because we're not making a motion to approve the 1,200 hours. We're making a motion to approve this section with the adjustment of hours.
Yes,
Would we like to determine that now?
yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve section 18 with the additive hours of 300 for master aesthetics on top of the basic 600 hours. So it will be a total of 800 hours for master aesthetics.
900.
900, I apologize. I'm sorry.
This is Board Member McCormick. I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Can we get section B? The person is licensed esthetician and has additionally completed, I think, 300 hours of training.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam President, to approve 300 hours for section B for training for master aesthetics.
This is Board Member McCormick. I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So we're gonna, go
Madam
right ahead.
President, I just want to make one mention. This is Executive Director Landry. No matter what the hours are that we state in here, any school can apply to teach more than that and get approved to
Yes.
teach more. This is the minimum that you need to
Yes.
do.
That's
If
right.
the school wants to do more than that, they're allowed to do more than that.
Absolutely. I
That's
totally,
right.
I totally agree. That's why we just keeping it at least.
Kind of
Right.
open. That's right.
Okay, so we have section 18 has been approved and seconded. Motion carried. Section 19.
I would like to make a motion to approve section 19, which is the same basis, which is approval for aesthetics licensing.
This is Board Member McCormick. I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Section 20.
Madam President, I find a slight concern with section 20 regarding instructors. Are we minimizing this to just aesthetic instructors? For section 20?
This section 20 is for a master esthetician instructor. That's what the training is for.
Okay, this is where I needed to get clarification. Master aesthetic instructor. Okay, so how many schools right now that are just aesthetics, and then how many schools do we have just that is cosmetology that has majority aesthetic programs? We need to know the difference on that. Here is why. There is not a lot, if you look at the numbers in registered esthetician instructors, there is not very many schools at all that are just per license. Most of the schools are a cosmetology entity. They are offering nails, aesthetics, and hair design, which is cosmetology altogether. So a cosmetologist has 3 licensing. If we say only master estheticians can teach this, this is a huge hole for all schools, because majority of the schools have a cosmetologist that is teaching their aesthetics program because they are diverse in all 3 areas. So it's important that we include a cosmetologist instructor in this, because if we don't, this will only condense the curriculum and this whole licensing on just a master aesthetics, which is hugely problematic because just about majority aesthetics are coming from a cosmetology entity school. So we need to include cosmetologist instructors in that master aesthetics as well. And we also need to have a requirement of licensing, I'm sorry, of classes that they have taken to have them approved and ready to teach this program. But if we don't add cosmetologist instructors, no school except for an aesthetic school with master aesthetics will be able to offer this classes.
Okay, I didn't think about that one. I don't think that's what are we there right now, or is that a time to have that discussion?
We just need to add it in there, Madam President, or it will completely knock you out, everybody. Euphoric, people in Reno, Redken School, everybody will be completely knocked out of the box and will not be able to offer this curriculum if you do not have certain licenses, which to me, to be honest with you, that kind of still doesn't make sense because a cosmetology has to have all three. We have to have all three licenses in order to even be considered a cosmetologist. So instructors have to go through a full curriculum of an education, again, for another 500 hours to 1,000 hours, depending on if they've been practicing in the field, to even become an educator for that. So there still should be some extended training required if you want to add that to there, but I just see that being hugely problematic for all institutes if you really take a look at that.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Let me ask this question. Lou, since you're on the call with us, let me ask you this question. Do you have cosmetologists teaching your esthetician program?
We have one, all the rest are aesthetics.
Okay, they're all aesthetic instructors?
But the ones that are teaching, aesthetics that are Cosmo really have not really worked in Cosmo. They've really worked in aesthetics.
Okay.
For most of their career.
Well, some of them might. You find that cosmetologists is just like aesthetics.
Aesthetics is a little bit more in depth than what a Cosmo gets. So when we hire somebody, there really has to be an experience there that would support that hire for teaching the aesthetic program.
So they probably already have already training on some of these devices.
Yeah, like the one girl that I'm thinking of, she's been in the field for 15 years. And she's only done aesthetic for 15 years, even though she's a licensed Cosmo. Sometimes, depending on what school they went to, or when they got licensed, that option might not have been there. And so the only option was cosmetology. I even have a nail tech that's a licensed cosmetologist that has never done hair, but the school that she went to, that's just how they labeled her. So I think that if you go down in the bill a little further and it talks about CEUs, I think that's really the key, because technically there is no advanced or there's no master educator right now in aesthetics because it doesn't exist. And so I think what has to happen is there has to be CEUs applied to this that then would determine if you've met that requirement, regardless of whether you're Cosmo or aesthetics, you should be able to
think so.
teach it.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Because I wouldn't want to, I don't think the board would want to at all. I don't think that's anybody's intent. I don't even think it was an intent when 291 was created, Senate Bill 291. I don't think that was the intent. I think it was kind of like mimicking other states, but in other states that have aesthetic already, it's easy more readily to have an esthetician as a master. But when a state that we don't have the actual program, we would have to create our master instructors under aesthetics with the proper training.
And not to confuse things, but I mean, if you wanted to, as a cosmetologist, I'm under the belief that I could technically right now go and sit for an aesthetic license test, written and practical.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess, we could make that, if you're a Cosmo, you need to get that, but I really feel like the CEUs are more important than anything else, to making sure that everybody's up to speed and everybody's on the same page, as opposed to somebody just taking a test.
Okay, so you're absolutely right, because they're already tested. They're already a
Yeah.
licensed instructor. Okay, so Director Landry, this question is for staff. If the board approved, I'm thinking now, if the board approved the instructors and esthetician instructors and cosmetology instructors to have the CEU training that's pertaining to aesthetics, could they be issued a master esthetician instructor's license as well?
Okay, you're talking about a cosmetologist or an esthetician?
I'm talking about them both because there's a lot of cosmetologists that teach aesthetics.
Right.
And there's a lot of cosmetologists that, now if you're licensed, I'm not talking about the licensees, I'm talking about the instructor's license right now. So
Right.
if you are a cosmetologist instructor, an esthetician instructor, how do we grandfather them in to become master esthetician instructors?
You'd have to do it in section 20. Let's say instead of is licensed as a master esthetician, you'd have to say master esthetician, comma, cosmetologist or esthetician.
That's what I was looking for. Yes.
And under section 21E, is licensed as a master esthetician, comma, cosmetologist, comma, or esthetician pursuant to this chapter.
Is required to take CEUs to be certified to teach this program?
Yeah, they'd have to take the 700 hours of training as a student instructor. They would be a training, 500 hours of training as an instructor. So they'd get 500 hours of training as an instructor. As soon as they completed that and tested, they would be able to teach master estheticians at the school.
But why would they have to go to school for 500 hours when they're already teaching?
If you'd said a cosmetologist, if they're a cosmetologist instructor,
Yes.
Yes,
know.
I'm talking about only instructors right now.
Only instructors.
I don't know how you'd handle that. That's a pretty complex piece.
Because in a lot of the
Huge hole.
schools, Director Landry, cosmetologists that have a favor towards aesthetics teaches that program already.
Yep.
So we have to find a way, because it's in this bill too, that the board has the authority to grant a grandfather in up to 2022 or 2023. So can we do it through continuing education training?
You could do that. I would say
Specific to this field?
yeah.
And Madam President, even if we can just add that verbiage in there to hash out details as far as the requirements or adding or a certain percentage of your 30 hours of CEU accreditations can be discussed in subcommittee what those requirements look like.
Yeah.
But just to have that verbiage in there is what I'm
Yes.
asking for, so that
Yes.
we have a good starting point.
Because I know you can get laser training. Am I right? Can you get training on certain lasers in a course, like a 3-4 hour course?
Yeah, you could do it in a weekend.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, it's, yeah.
Okay.
This board member, Douglas, I have a question.
Okay.
I wanted to know, so if I own a salon, do I have to go back to school to get certified to be a master for aesthetics, or am I going to be grandfathered in, like you said, even though I'm not a teacher?
No, we
Have to be a
talking about,
teacher.
we talking about instructors right now, Board Member Douglas. We haven't got to the other part yet.
Okay.
We're talking about, we're trying to make sure that once this is passed, that the schools are able, that want to offer the program, have the instructors trained to be on these different devices that we've added that extra 300 hours to be able to teach the students.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
That's our concern right now, because it has to start there. We have to be able to say, okay, if we're going to roll out a master esthetician license, who's going to teach it?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah, that's just a hole that concerned me. That was huge.
So
I-
can we add like a number E to this, and we can say esthetician instructors, cosmetology instructors, something to the fact, Gary, that Director Landry, I'm sorry, something to the fact that with continuing education hours, and then in the regulations, we'll tell what they have to be trained on.
Mhm.
we could do that. The other thing I would say is you wouldn't want to have this going on forever. We may want to stay from the year 2021 to 2023.
That's it. Cut it off.
This is-
Give a
this is-
deadline.
Yeah, this would be only during a transition time frame. After that, you
They
should
have
have
to be
enough
a-
people graduating to.
They have to be a
train them.
PIL. They have to go in to be a PIL.
Correct.
Okay, that
Oh.
sounds fair.
What we'll do is we'll come up with some wording and get it ready for approval. We'll have it's gonna be a crazy thing. We'll have it ready for a board meeting. The board meeting won't have to be a full board meeting like this. It's only gonna have one question on there. We're gonna have the board members say that they're accepting of the wording, and that'll be it. Cause it's gonna be pretty tight getting this stuff into the assembly and getting something else in there. I don't want to go in later and add something else. I want to have it all done. So we'll work on that wording and get it out to the board members, and we'll figure out with Justin how we can get a real quick board meeting to just approve that one issue.
Okay, I think I think that's gonna be just only fair to all the other schools. I mean, I just can't imagine the cosmetologists and the esthetician instructors having to go back to school. I
Right.
think that's not fair to them either. If we're gonna offer a license, we have to offer some solutions as well.
And Madam President, with that education, for it to be ongoing, I think it should be open ongoing regarding cosmetologists and aesthetic instructors. The reason is because if we cut it off at 2020, that means they have to go to school for cosmetology, turn around and go to school for to be a teacher as a cosmetologist, and then turn around and come back again to go to school to be an aesthetics instructor in the same master, to get a master aesthetics license to be able to teach that program. So then we will be revisiting this again, because I can guarantee they will want that extended. So if that can be a permanent fixture, and then once again, the subcommittee can talk about details and what the requirements are, I think that would be great. But I think instructor cosmetologists, that should be ongoing.
I think, you know what, can I say this, Board Member Stanton? I think that this is the time too, where McCormick can have her, as we move forward, that town hall. I think giving it a deadline of 2023, we've created enough licensed master esthetician instructors, whether they cosmetologist or esthetician, to be able to go back into the school. So now if you're an instructor and you're actively instructing within 2 years, then if you're not actively instructing in 2 years, then you need some extra training anyway. So, you know, just think about it. So
Right.
if you're interested in your profession, and this is the profession that you have a passion for, you're going to take those 30 CEUs within this 2 years to become a master esthetician instructor. And when renewal of your instructor's license it's all under one umbrella, you're going to continue to stay abreast of what you're going to be instructing.
Okay, so I understand better. So we're saying that the requirements to have a master aesthetics is to have those a part of the CEU accreditations ongoing for extended training.
Well, if you're
I
gonna
like
be,
that. That's great.
if you're going to be teaching this aesthetics, I mean,
You're right.
if you're going to be teaching aesthetics, and if you want your training to be, if you're a cosmetology instructor, you want your training to be for so many hours of teaching mythology, so many hours on a new laser, so many hours on a new technique to do with nails, or however the board accepts those approval for those 30 CEUs, then that's what you have to stay abreast of your CEUs. But initially, it needs to be specific to aesthetics.
Yes, ma'am. That totally makes sense. That sounds good. Yes.
Okay. Do the whole board agree?
Yes.
Okay. So that was number. Okay, so Director Landry, can you just review again what we're gonna put there?
Yep. Section 20 is going to remain as is for right now. I've not heard any changes that want to be done to section 20, but another section will be adding in section 20, we're going to add the cosmetologist and esthetician instructors will be able to get master esthetician license, master esthetician instructor license with taking the CEUs as prescribed by the board. Then the CEU is going to be in the regulations. We'll put those in the regulations.
Okay.
But that'll be in the laws. And I'll have that wording all put together so that y'all can vote on it this week.
I totally agree.
I'd like to make
Okay.
a motion, Madam
Make a
President,
motion,
to
please.
approve section 20 with the adjustment to adding cosmetology instructors to section 20.
This is Board Member McCormick. I second that.
Did we say, can we add estheticians instructor and cosmetology instructors?
I apologize, Madam President. I would like to pull that off the table and restate my motion. I would like to make a motion to approve section 20, adding in cosmetology instructors and aesthetics instructors.
Can I get a second, please?
This is Board Member McCormick. I second that. Do we need to clarify the hours or continuing education hours in there or no?
That will be discussed in subcommittee unless we're keeping it at the 30 hours for
wanted to define
Madam
it.
President.
Yeah, I thought we wanted to define it.
I thought we were gonna put like they were gonna have to have 30 CEUs specific to aesthetics, advanced aesthetics.
So this is Board Member McCormick. Should I amend the motion or do we should add that in there, I think. The 30
I
hours.
think so.
Yeah.
Because
Okay,
then
I
in
can do that.
regulation, we can pick out the training,
Yes.
but we need to probably put it there. And it's a time frame. It's gonna expire 2023.
Yes.
Yes, and one thing I want to make mention that you don't want to put 30 CEUs.
Okay.
You just want to put it says the CEUs as required by the National Accrediting Commission on Career Arts and Sciences, NACAS. NACAS is the one that says how many hours. I would leave that there. We're just going to tell them that they're going to get the specific courses will be shown in the regulations. That's where we're going to put the specific courses that they have to take.
Right, because NAC is
okay.
only, right, okay. Okay, right. Yeah, we don't want to just go into NACAS. Okay.
Right.
Okay, because some schools have different accreditation than NACAS. So
Right.
we can just put that required by the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology.
Yep.
Okay, you want to amend it, McCormick?
Listen, I'm going to be so moved if I could, because I feel like that was a lot, but yes, I will amend it to say I second the motion to allow licensed aesthetic and cosmetology instructors within a 2-year period till 2022 to obtain their master aesthetics instructor license through continuing education as later outlined by the Board of Cosmetology.
Just one correction, it was 2023.
2023.
Okay, can I get a second?
I second that motion, Madam President.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We got that out the way. Section 21.
Section 21, Madam President, this is Gary Landry, Executive Director. That's where it talks about master estheticians must and only do aesthetic medical procedures under the supervision of a healthcare professional. It talks about being on the telephone or being within 60 miles or 60 minutes, all the things that have to be there so that a master esthetician is not performing these procedures out on their own, doing it with no supervision. That's the big change. That's the overriding provision, is that it has to be supervised and has to go through a medical professional before it goes to the master esthetician.
I totally agree, but I just disagree with number B, that remains within 60 miles or 60 minutes of the location with the procedures being performed. If they're going to be under the supervision, it's not going to be 60 miles away. Or 60 minutes. If you need help, you need help right now. It needs to be under the supervision. I'd like to remove section B.
And this is Matt Brenton with NEMA. If I could just add, we would be strongly opposed to requiring on-site supervision. That's not a model that is working in any state that I'm aware of. I'll ask somebody to find me one state that mandates on-site physician supervision, and I haven't had anybody find one. What is working is some sort of off-site general supervision. If you remove section B, then the physician could be in, the Cayman Islands. That doesn't work. But we feel like some sort of reasonable in-person, doctors at the hospital, doctors in an adjacent facility or whatever the requirement is. A lot of these plastic surgeons have their main plastic surgery office, and they'll have a satellite medical spa. So we'll get the medical people upset with us if we mandate on-site supervision. I can tell you that too. That's been.
No, I understand that, Matt, but I think some of the issue that I'm having with the section B is that it remains within 60 miles or 60 minutes of the location in which the procedure is being performed. Because I know that, there's a lot of estheticians working in medical offices performing services under their supervision, but 60 miles to 60 minutes of a location when a person is in a crisis is a little bit far in between. So if you're going to be readily available, you need to be readily available. I mean, I understand you might be delivering a baby or whatever, but if I'm having a crisis with some medical FDA approved procedure, then I'm having a crisis. 60 minutes is too long.
Well, Madam President,
60 miles is way too far away.
That's true. I'm sorry, Madam President. I didn't mean to
Okay.
cut you off. I apologize. Can we keep that in there and just adjust the time frame? As far as instead of 60 miles, maybe we can do 30 or 20 or something of that nature. Because some of these institutes like plastic surgeon's office, things of that nature, sometimes is a little bit challenging because their offices are spread out. So for example, there may have a institute where they do X, Y, and Z, and then maybe, around the corner, there's another center that they have that they also work out of. You know what I'm saying? So if we can maybe do maybe shorten the distance, there are some doctor's offices that have multiple locations.
Yeah, I mean, but 60 miles is like all the way to Mesquite.
Madam President,
see.
if I may, to piggyback on what Board Member Stanton said, it is exactly what I was thinking, which is you really will cripple a lot of these doctors' offices who want to hire these estheticians, because for me, I feel like with technology, Zoom, Skype, all of these like very fast technologies that put you face to face, I do believe those things should be considered, just like we're having a very important meeting. I do think that should be considered as kind of where we are headed just in society, where that, you know, you would be able to reach out. And I do think in that regard,
Can we shorten the length of time?
I mean, yeah, if that's what the board would like to do.
I just think that within 60 miles is like within here. And if I'm having a crisis in my center and the doctor needs to come, he has come all the way. He got an opportunity to come all the way from Mesquite. The client is gone and now coming before the board because of some act that there was nobody there on staff or hand. I know Zoom and you can do a phone call within 60 minutes of a location. I'm even okay with 60 minutes of a location, but 60 miles?
I agree, Madam President. I hear so 60 minutes, and what would your recommendation be?
Maybe within what, from one end of town to the other, 30 miles?
Yeah, I guess you could make it across town in 30 miles. Maybe we should go for 40 minutes, 45 minutes, and 45 minutes, or and leave the ladder in place.
Yeah, because we're not holding anybody accountable here. I mean, who are we holding accountable? I'm confused now. The healthcare professional or the master esthetician?
I agree. So
I'm confused reading it. I'm just trying to read it as like would somebody be reading the law. So who are we holding accountable here?
Yeah, Matt Brenton with NEMA. So it'd be both. It would be both the master esthetician needs to make sure that, you know, if he or she are operating these devices, that they have their proper medical professionals. And the way it's worded, they do need immediate real-time not face-to-face, but real-time communication by phone or, you know, like Zoom or something. And that is a massive trend right now in every legislature, in every state with telemedicine. It's amazing what's, you know, way things are going, especially with COVID. So, you know, a lot of states are getting a lot done through telemedicine. And that frankly solves 95% of the issues is if the medical professional could be reached immediately. I think that's the most critical piece. But yeah,
I like that part. I'm happy with that, man. I like that real time available for immediate consultation. I think that's fair. But when it gets down to the section B where it says remain within 60 miles and 60 minutes of a location in which the procedure is being performed, that's not readily available.
Correct, in person. And if the drive is to shorten that distance or time, it's, yeah, we may run into issues with physicians who want that much flexibility or need it in rural areas, possibly, I don't know. But that's a number that we've seen in a number of different states.
Okay.
Can I add something too? I think it's a two-part situation where if you need immediate care, then you have the on-call face-to-face video conferencing. Because even if you're 30 miles away and there's an emergency, that's really not close either. So I feel like the 60 is, you know, probably, you know, a good range if you are like on the north side of Las Vegas and your doctor that you work with is in Henderson. You know, I think that's reasonable. I don't think changing that makes it any safer.
Well, yes, Luz, that's not 60 minutes, it's 60 miles. That's like from here to Mesquite.
Well, I think it's either or, and like I'm just saying that I think that in the event of an emergency, you know, I think having access to the doctor via video or phone is really what's most important, because if something's gone wrong, you're going to have to call 911. You're not going to wait for the doctor to come, and you don't even know if he's going to be able to come, even if he was 10 miles away. Right. If he was in the middle of something. So I feel like more so than that, I think the more important thing is making sure that somebody is readily available via
I think
video
ready-
or phone
I think
call.
readily available, we need to word something that's readily available, period. If we're gonna be
Yeah.
leaving them in the supervision of a medical profession, they need to be readily available when it's an emergency.
So do we have to have that mileage stipulation on there? Can we just say readily available?
I feel like that would be super open to interpretation.
Yeah,
Other
I
states,
could
other
see
states
that.
have
I could
tried,
see that.
yeah, other states have tried that, and they, as Matt pointed out, they're somewhere in the Caribbean on a vacation. That's still readily available in their mind. So I would put some sort of 60 miles, 60 minutes, sounds good to me, but that's not, I'm not getting these procedures. So whatever y'all feel is the mileage in minutes, that we need to work out, but I would definitely put a mileage in minute limit on readily available.
My concern would be, so obviously down here in Las Vegas, we're a larger city. My concern would be, I've traveled between several towns and smaller cities in northern Nevada. And although I don't recall exactly what the distance is between the average cities or what the average distance is between them, a lot of them are not very close to one another. And we're talking about really small towns where we're essentially alienating these smaller towns from individuals setting up their businesses there because they are not going to be within that distance. And although I definitely understand the medical perspective and having someone readily available, for lack of a better term, in order to care for clients, I'm also concerned that we're going to be completely alienating an entire hemisphere of the state, which is northern Nevada, which is a lot of their towns are distant from one another.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess it's either or. Well, we'll see. I mean, this is gonna be trial and error. This is gonna be a whole new license. It's gonna be new for the state board. It's gonna be new for the board members. It's gonna be new for the whole state. So, I mean, if it's gonna, I don't want to alienate, that's my whole thing is I want everybody to have equal, fair playing ground. So, I mean, if we want to leave it there, I just thought like 60 miles is a long ways away. If you want to be readily available and somebody's under your supervision and there's an emergency in your office, you're going to take care of it right then and there, whether it's Zoom or on conference call or whatever, but leaving it open to where I'll be there. I'm 60 miles away. I'll be there. It's going to take me longer than 60 minutes. It's up to the board. I mean, you guys, somebody can make a motion and we can make a motion to reduce the mileage. 60 minutes is a whole hour. I get an hour. I got an hour to get back to you, but I got 60 miles to get back to you. They need to have better communication if they're going to be putting their license and letting people work underneath their supervision.
Madam President, I would love to make that motion, but I would like just some clarification on what motion we're making.
Madam President, if I may, would it be okay to make a motion that keeps section 21 as it is? I mean, after the lengthy conversation, it seems like it's worth at least letting it let it happen so that we can see what corrections we might need to make.
Yeah,
I think it's a good starting point. but
that's
if-
fine.
Okay. Board
Madam
members,
President,
to you.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And Madam President, if I could briefly, one more piece of section 21. This gets into an area that frankly, having the availability of nurse practitioners and physician assistants is a real benefit. But we talked about laser procedures being either ablative or non-ablative, but even within non-ablative procedure, so there's a category of procedures that are on the more aggressive end. They're still safe and they're not ablative. Okay, but they're more aggressive, and you're doing skin rejuvenation where tissue can be altered, not removed and excised, but altered. And that's part 2, where it says a master esthetician, if they're performing a non-ablative medical procedure, aesthetic medical procedure involving the alteration of living tissue for the purpose of skin rejuvenation, then they need to be seen by a healthcare practitioner before they initiate the series of treatments. And healthcare practitioner was defined as nurse practitioner, physician assistant, MD, or DO, those 4 who have prescriptive abilities. And if I believe that was one of the key problems with the legislation as far as the physicians are concerned. They don't want to involve the what are called kind of mid-level practitioners. And so that number 2 was not a popular piece of the legislation. And if it's left in there, it'll lead to the physicians being less supportive, 1. And 2, it does add an extra requirement for these more aggressive end of the non-ablative procedures. So we frankly don't, our school, we don't necessarily want this piece of the legislation in the bill. It's all out now, of course, but the board can discuss this if the board is wanting to introduce these mid-level professionals, nurse practitioners and PAs, because if physicians are required to see any of these prior to intake, it definitely will be a problem and slow down, and they won't be happy, frankly, with a mandate to screen. So it's a tough issue to consider. And we just know it was unpopular with the physicians because they're looking to, give, fewer and fewer or less territory to these mid-level professionals. So our recommendation is to remove it. It also adds some complexity as how you define a non-ablative aesthetic procedure that's used for altering living tissue. It's just, we feel that the one boundary with ablative being not approved, and then all non-ablative are approved is sufficient with that general supervision. So I just wanted to point out that part number 2 that's in section 21.
I'm reading that section and I was looking at that, but my thoughts to it, that what Baltazar board member was saying earlier, is that we really have to give a good definition. And that gives a definition. I don't know what we could take out to make it more appetizing for them, but we really do need to be able to say that it involves what non-ablative involves. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but just to give open language, ablative and non-ablative, for anybody that's reading the law, it could be interpreted. And I think that's some of the problems that a lot of the different boards are having, because of the way that their laws are written. It doesn't give clear definition and it can be challenged. And here, if we take that out, what is your definition of non-ablative?
So the definition of non-ablative is simply through the door of defining ablative. So where ablative is excising, vaporizing, destroying, and removing living tissue, it's a fairly common definition for an ablative procedure. Then non-ablative is just everything that isn't that. So it's just an either or, and that's why that ablative definition at the beginning of the legislation was important, because non-ablative is just anything that isn't ablative. And then,
but we're telling the master estheticians that you can perform non-ablative procedures, but they have to be under the supervision of a medical professional. So if it's going to be under the medical profession, they need to know that up front. They need to know. I might not, because I'm thinking that if it's not there, then where do we put it? Because somebody has to oversee these individuals.
Yes, and the oversight is still in there. The oversight is that section 1, where an MD or DO must be Well, actually, the way it's worded, it says healthcare professional, again, which includes not just an MD and a DO, but also a PA and an NP. And those are the PA and NP are kind of the mid-level professionals that are
Okay.
not popular with the physician groups, to just put it politically correct.
Okay.
So what the board can decide what, I guess, what to do there. If we want to garner the support of the medical board, the physicians, removing NPs and PAs will be a popular thing. But again, there are a lot of NPs and PAs who are supervising medical spas. So it's a battleground. And, you know, an NP and a PA has every prescriptive right and authority that an MD does to prescribe these devices, you know, again, these FDA regulated devices. And nurse practitioners and physician assistants can also prescribe, just like a physician can. And so they are overseeing these, and we feel that's a good way to do it. There's a lot of times that physicians themselves use nurse practitioners and PAs to supervise procedures. So, but it's this piece where an actual face-to-face patient-client interaction is required before receiving these treatments for this one small subsection. It's okay to leave it if the board wants to leave it, but it just, that part 2 just introduces one more layer of kind of precaution.
And no, I understand what you're saying, Matt. I do. I think you're right. It would arise some concern because now we putting it in writing that they have to be able to approve and develop these plans. I get that part, but who's going to approve and develop these plans for these master estheticians?
Well, yeah, as it sits now, it would be the general supervision of the physician. So the physician would still be required to oversee, in general, approve, but with those that more, you know, not in person. No specific face-to-face patient-client intake interaction. Which is the way it's working now, by and large. There is no requirement for a physician to see any of these individuals now. And again, there's no requirement that the individuals be licensed or trained. So,
so that they must be doing this in other states.
Yeah, some states do require for certain subsets of, you know, Utah's an example, where these are more the more aggressive end of the non-ablative procedures, where a nurse practitioner or PA sees the patient in advance and then prescribes the series of treatments. So yes, it is something some states have, others don't, most don't, as long as there's general supervision of a physician. And then that physician can decide his or her own parameters for their practice. They can mandate and say, well, I'm not comfortable unless, you know, fill in the blank.
Okay.
But that
I mean, it's up to the board. I understand what you're saying, Matt. So, I mean, you know, if it's going to create an issue, I don't want it to, we came this far, I don't want it to create an issue, but then I do have a concern because I want to make sure that the healthcare professionals do understand that they have an obligation to oversee those procedures as well. It's not about me paying you to hang your license.
Madam President, I have the physician is overseeing it. Usually they're utilizing the nurse practitioners and things of that nature to support the rollout of their expectation per office. So even if we leave that there, which I think is still the same thing when they communicate with the nurse practitioner, because as was stated, they can write prescriptions, things of that nature, which is hand in hand working very closely with the physician. So basically they're just following instructions from that physician under his license. So even if it stays, I guess the PA is going to roll it out anyway, because they are the manager of that office. Do you get what I'm saying? So for example,
but I know that there's offices that they don't have, they just have the license hung.
Right, and I do agree with that. So I guess to my point is, even if we leave that there, it still will be tied hand in hand, so it should be no harm done regarding the PAs as well. I see the only issue is if there's no physician at all and the nurse practitioner has their own office. And then they're saying, this is who we're utilizing as our overseer of physician. Is that what you're saying, Madam President?
That's what most offices are.
Just,
They just generally have a license. I've had procedures done and I've asked questions and they, they do training there and the license is just to oversee.
Okay, so
I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to make it where it's going to be move forward, and Matt, he has a better understanding than I do of this. I just want us to be clear that there's going to be the oversight and not just the license hung. So I don't have a problem removing it. I mean, it's up to the board. I don't have a problem personally removing it. I just want us to be clear that the health care professional has to have a certain amount of oversight and not just hanging their license, because that's what they do. I've talked to a couple people and they have their license hung there, and sometimes they can call them, but they're not there. Nobody's to oversee these master estheticians going to be doing these treatments.
I think the support will be there as far as the regulations accordingly. I think if anything gets muddled in the waters, that would be for the medical board, especially if their license are hanging. That means they're taking full accountability.
I'm good.
They're taking full account. They're taking full accountability. So, I mean, I would like to hear what other board members think about that. But my whole thing is, I just want to make sure, just as you, that a physician is a part of that process. Period, not just a nurse practitioner. So I do just a nurse practitioner's office supporting that, no. But if we have a doctor, even if they hang their license there, they're saying, I take full accountability on what's going on. So if somebody has a issue, then they are reliable for that communication.
This is Board Member McCormick. I would agree with Board Member Stanton in the regards of them taking the responsibility. I think that, and I would ask for some clarity from Matt. Matt, are you saying that because it was unpopular leaving it in there with the nurse practitioners and the registered nurses would actually be a sticking point for them? And we should just remove it and make it under the doctors, or leaving it in there is to the best benefit as long as it's under doctor supervision. Because
Matt is wanting us to remove it, right, Matt? He said it would be nice to remove it.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. So yeah, great question to clarify. And as far as I understand from the physicians, they don't like a mandate like this. So I don't know if that's going to matter, but leaving it in, I know caused some questions from them saying, what's the Board of Cosmetology doing, trying to require us to come and do this and this and this. They're okay with a requirement that they supervise generally and have that flexibility to be on-site, off-site. But I just, as far as I understand from them, leaving this in might cause them to question and have concerns.
See, they don't want to oversee the procedures. That's what I thought. That's exactly what my thinking is. They don't want to oversee the procedures, because I've had a service in particular done myself, and they had a medical professional that license was hung in their office, and I have never seen the medical profession there when they were doing my skin. They just do what they were doing, and they were using blades and peels and all that stuff. So I understand how this worked too a little bit. And I'm understanding it more and more because I've had some of the procedures done, and I've been questioning those that's offering these procedures. The medical doctors don't want to be responsible for having to oversee on that level. They want to be able to pick up the phone or get on Zoom. They want to be able to do a certain amount of supervision, and that's it.
As I understand, correct.
Yeah.
Well said.
Yeah.
So then we would be then basically making the doctors responsible by removing the registered nurses. And is that what I'm understanding? Removing the registered nurses from this and just making it under doctor supervision? How do we make this more palatable? I guess is the question.
It really is to leave it there.
Yeah.
But it's gonna cause a problem if we take it away, but then it's gonna be a problem if we think about it, board, if we don't put something there to hold them accountable, not just limited supervision. Limited supervision is not enough when you're training aesthetics to use such FDA devices that some of them are a little bit more powerful, or some of them have more speed, some of them go do more of the layers of the skin. And they want to be able to pick up the phone or get on Zoom with you, and if you have an issue, but they don't want to actually oversee it.
I think it's a form of overseeing it, even if it's from a distance. To Board Member Stanton's point, they do several offices. To tie a doctor specifically to one location would be really hard. So at this point, are we?
But what kind of responsibility are the medical professionals are going to have? They need a little bit more oversight. If we're not going to be inside as the state board inspectors overseeing them, and we're going to do minimal inspections, who's going to oversee these master estheticians like they need to be overseen? Just like as the state board go into salons and they open up drawers and they do those things, they're not going to be able to do that in those professional offices. This is going to be a whole nother level of inspections. So somebody got to be held accountable, not just because I'm making sure in your law is limited responsibility. That's my only problem.
I think that as it's and I do want to hear the other board, because I think it's a great discussion. But I believe that what I'm hearing is that the problem was that the doctors are not big fans of the mid-tier kind of supervision level being there. Mm-hmm. And I think in that they are accepting responsibility, just saying we don't approve of these people being able to be oversight, but I don't think that they excluded themselves from that. I think it was the nurses and the practitioners shouldn't be in their jurisdiction, I guess. So with that, what would the appropriate steps be moving forward to make sure that the doctors did have to accept that responsibility to oversee? It's pretty much there already, that they have to be 60 minutes, 60 miles. We've kind of just laid that out. And are we removing nurse practitioners, or are we leaving them in? Are we removing registered nurses, or are we leaving them in?
The registered nurses has already been removed. So they basically are going to be removed. It's going to be all the doctors want, McCormick, is from my understanding, Matt, you can tell me if I'm wrong. From my understanding, all the doctors want, they don't want any, we've taken out the registered nurses in our law. So what the doctors want is they want to be able to supervise. They want to be able to they want to be able to, you can pick up the phone, you can Zoom me, you can call me, I can come if there's an emergency, but I don't want to oversee it. Basically, this is what this means here. They don't want to get involved in it to that extent. But if we're licensing master estheticians to perform these particular services, non-ablative services, some of them are aggressive. Somebody got to oversee it.
Board member.
Madam Chair.
Oh.
Okay, go right ahead. Hold on one second. You want to go ahead, Board Member Baltazar?
So thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I'm getting a little lost in this. So I understand what you're saying, but am I correct in understanding that, so basically physicians or doctors, I should say, I'm getting lost in the healthcare professional terminology. I'm almost thinking that I'm trying to see if that was defined in here because at this point I'm like wondering if maybe we need a definition for ourselves as what constitutes as a healthcare professional and what we will accept as a healthcare professional. I don't want to step on any toes, but there's just so many different tiers of professionals within that field. I'm almost for myself, I'm needing a definition to keep up with everything that's going on. But on top of that, so they do not want to yield oversight ability to nurse practitioners. Is that what I'm understanding? And wouldn't that be more helpful for this whole realm of new services that are going to be performed? I mean, there'll be that many more healthcare professionals that'll be able to help with that oversight. I guess I'm almost seeing as, are they just being protectionist at this point?
Yes, Board Member Baltazar, you hit the nail on the head. Exactly right. I mean, in a practical sense and real world, makes all the sense in the world to allow nurse practitioners and PAs to do these kinds of things. But it's in the legislative world. And again, I guess I'm only kind of echoing what I hear from the high level people that we've dealt with, is when we talk about scope of practice issues and giving anything away to anyone else, you get immediate, knee-jerk reaction is protectionism. So yeah, there's the real world practical side of this, and then there's the kind of legislative, let's get it through the legislature side. And you highlighted it perfectly, because that's the issue. It makes all the sense in the world in the practical sense, but on the legislative level, at least from what I've heard, and that's all I can say, is that is one of these sticking points.
Yeah, I totally get it. I understand both sides of it. But, like Baltazar said, these are a lot of new services that we're going to be offering these master estheticians to perform, and they need more than just supervision from a distance. I think it needs to be clear in our law that we know they have to work in these facilities under the supervision, but under the supervision, I can be way over here and I'll let you loose over here. That's a problem. So somebody has to be held accountable, not just because my license is hung and now I got to get here. Let me help you out this emergency. I can see that. Nobody should have to oversee it like I'm standing here watching you. But there needs to be some kind of oversight by a healthcare professional for some of those procedures.
Are you almost done?
Almost. Okay. I just totally, I feel uncomfortable without a new master esthetician waiting for a supervision from a healthcare professional, and then I get on the phone and try to walk you through it, or there's no kind of oversight in my office at all. There needs to be some oversight in that office. If you're going to be hiring multiple master aesthetics in your office, there needs to be some oversight. They don't need to be helping each other and learning from one another on somebody's skin.
Madam President, I would like to believe that the doctors, I think that the training is going to be important, adding those hours in that we have agreed on. The training for medical aesthetics will be important, but I think as an esthetician, I'm not going to jeopardize my license by doing something I'm not comfortable. If I have a question, I'm going to get the answer first. But I think at the time when you're in that situation where you're ready to start performing these procedures, I think that the negatives or the positives the positive cases will be, amazing. I think the negative cases will be few and far between, like we see with all of our stuff. And I think it'll lend to the board at that time to maybe tweak a few things, but I think this is a great starting point.
No, I totally agree. I totally agree, but I'm concerned right here when it's talking about the alteration of living tissue for the purpose of skin rejuvenation. That needs some supervision. I'm not comfortable removing that.
Board Member Douglas?
Yes, go ahead, Board Member.
I just wanted to say something. I understand both of you guys' arguments, and I'm leaning towards yours because I'm thinking, what if someone is doing that procedure and, they call the physician and they don't answer? Because I know some of them turn their phones off at certain hours. So that's my kind of concern on that part.
Because this is a non-ablative procedure, but it's a serious one because some of them are more aggressive. This is altering living tissue for the purpose of skin rejuvenation.
Right.
That you need some kind of supervision for that. Not just picking up the phone, calling somebody or on Zoom.
But with
Correct.
defined supervision, because as soon as you say, hey, you can do this, and you walk away, they're no longer supervised. You know what I mean? So,
But then when I come back and at least I say somebody looked at it and they gave them permission to do it.
I think they have.
You looked at it, you seen it. We can find a way to maybe alter this a little bit. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's fair, but non-ablative machines, when it comes down to purpose of doing rejuvenating skin, and I mean, they haven't, I just think some of these procedures need to be, somebody even need to look, even when you're in the school. If you're getting ready to do a haircut, the instructor, even though the student's gonna cut the client's service, but the instructor has to give some guidance to the students. You know, like this is, you start here and this is where you start. I mean, when you're inside a professional office performing these services, somebody needs to oversee something. Now, besides my license being there, and you can call me if you need me. That's why they wanted to remove. That's why they don't like it. You know why they don't like it? They don't want to be held accountable. We as a board got to look out more for the clients that's getting these services as well. Or they can't do that service. Put it that way. We're not gonna do no skin rejuvenation services if nobody wants to oversee it. Come on, go back in there with your brother.
Madam Chair, should we, I hate to go down the rabbit hole, but should we then perhaps explore what supervision, what that really is defined, or what that's going to be defined as?
Yes.
I'm still in favor of us kind of setting the parameters. Obviously, I don't want them to be too rigid, but I would still be in favor of setting parameters as to what exactly is a healthcare professional. I don't work within healthcare. I don't know these different tiers. And to be honest, I don't really do my research because it has no impact on my professional life. So I don't take the time to research what.
Well, come on in, Baltazar. I'm a new master esthetician. I'm going to rejuvenate your skin.
So yeah, that's rather concerning. I would like us
and if I have a problem, I'll just call my healthcare professional.
After my
that's what that means.
But yeah, I mean, that's I would like for us to, you know, really take a sobering look at what supervision is going to, what that's going to be defined as well as what a healthcare professional is going to be defined as.
Can we hold off on that one, Director Landry?
You can hold off on it, but it's going to come up again when it comes to the session. We're going to have to submit it to the assembly side. So I would try and get it resolved. If not today, we have to have it resolved very quickly. I would go in the favor of what Matt was suggesting. Take number 2 out. You wipe out a lot of objections from the medical professionals, and then come back later if we wanted to and add it in after the next session if we find there's a problem. But I don't think I would try and solve every problem this session. Get the master estheticians in. You know you're going to have some problems. You know there's going to be some overstepping of the procedures and all. When you find those, then come in and fix those.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Director Landry. Are you comfortable with master estheticians performing certain non-ablative, extensive non-ablative procedures without supervision?
I would not be, but that's just my opinion on that. But they're done all the time without direct supervision. So
okay,
I go with what's going on in the field. There's not a lot of direct supervision with any medical professional there watching it. It's all done not being watched, and that's what I would say. So I would not be comfortable with it, but I don't get these procedures done.
So what happens when a case? What happens when a case comes before our board? So what board does it go before?
It would go before the medical board because the medical board is who has supervision over that office.
Okay,
No,
okay, then I'm good
no
with it.
medical esthetician will ever have supervision over a medical esthetician office because those procedures must be performed, must be recommended only by a healthcare professional.
Okay,
That's
well,
what
I'm
we have
good
in
with
our
taking
law.
it out. Okay,
Madam President, can I make a motion to
Yes.
remove section 2 of section 20? Sorry, I'm on a different screen. Section 21?
yes.
Madam President, this is Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So we're gonna go to section, I think this is, how far does this go down? We just on page 8.
There's a lot of pages that only have like the word master esthetician in them. And
Oh, okay,
throughout the
you're right.
document.
Okay,
When we get to those, I'll tell you what's in them and what has not changed. We don't have to worry about those.
Okay.
The ones that I changed, I can tell you what I changed and why I changed it.
okay, okay. So we can keep going. You guys need to take a 10-minute break or so?
No.
Thirsty, I don't know about you.
Well,
Okay,
maybe some people might want to, go to the bathroom or something. Everybody good?
Madam
okay,
President.
I'll tell you
get
what,
excused.
we're gonna take one soon, okay, but we'll keep going now. Hopefully, we'll get done here in a good time. Okay,
Yes,
section
sound good.
22. So we made a motion and we cleared section 21, right? We're done.
Correct, the 21.
Okay.
22 is really what is being taught for a master esthetician. This is the curriculum. This is all the things that are going to be taught. And so that's listing out all the things that were listed previously in the.
Because I was looking at this, some of this is what already is being taught in esthetician already.
Right, a lot of this is the basis of aesthetics.
That's correct. They just added in the master esthetician, added in the other stuff that's going to be taught to a master esthetician. Because remember, if they go in saying, I want to be a master esthetician, they have to be taught all of the esthetician and master esthetician work. That's why it's all listed here.
We make sure we say plasma electricity, or was it plasma electricity for number H?
Energy.
Oh, I'm sorry. See, Matt, that's why we needed you on this call too. You.
And while you're reviewing this, this was drawn out of the kind of standard curricula from various different companies. Milady's one that we use, and a lot of these were pulled from the curriculum they have for their advanced aesthetics license.
It seemed like some of this was Washington's too, right?
Correct.
Because when I was reviewing it, some of like the same curriculum.
Madam President, to reflect the first section, that needs to be removed. Regarding plasma, so whatever's it's not conflicting information, so that has already been passed. But everything else.
Can you repeat that, Board Member Stanton?
Number H, under right after ultrasound, plasma and other. So I just would like that to reflect what we already have voted on in the first section regarding plasma. Mhm.
So we're gonna take the plasma energy, and then what other energies would they be interested in performing services? What are the other energies?
But it needs to have the added part where it says plasma, because it says plasma and other energies. So where just as the same verbiage that was utilized for plasma X, Y, and Z that we utilized in the first section should have that also in H, or that will be a conflict.
I have it so reflected. I made the correction.
So
thank you, sir.
So what do we mean by other energies? Are there other energies that we need to explore?
That's similar to the thing we talked about previously, other procedures. These are the energies that are
Okay.
known today. If they
Okay.
invent some new energy, we don't have to rewrite the law. It's already covered under other energies.
Okay, but let me just ask this one question too. And number E, I can understand you needed first aid, but what this got to do with an external defibrillators?
And if I could address that, so that came up in the Senate hearing. I presented this to the Senate and had a lively debate about it. And the reality is with training on CPR, they've added in on these external defibrillators. So this just tracks what kind of the mainstream curriculum is teaching, because a lot of these physicians' offices now have these devices in the offices, and it's just good to use. And so it's part of any training that trains in CPR now is including training in how to operate these defibrillators. And they're fairly simple to operate, but it just goes with the CPR training.
Oh, I'm afraid.
Madam President, I just completed this CPR training, a recurrent CPR training that I do. And they did have us work on AEDs for both infants and adults. It's typically a machine that tells you exactly what to do. It's nothing alarming. It's that it is now.
I don't think I learned that. I just did CPR training about a year and a half ago. I don't think I'm not sure I learned anything about no defibrillator.
It's a good thing to know. And it's a good thing they always tell you to call for a medical professional. But anyways, it's a part of the standard.
I thought a defibrillator shocks like your heart or something when it's about if it's low or going out. Is that what the defibrillator is?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, that's
what it is.
part of my training as well.
Yeah.
Are you wanting to, are we leaving it in or?
Oh no. This is like stuff that paramedics and things do.
I will tell you as an esthetician, I think if I was working in a doctor's office, I would do whatever training was required of me. And I think that it's a part of it. And I think,
Yeah, but this is not the training for the doctor's office. This is the training that they have to get their license.
Right.
Remember, we were talking about there's going to be a minimum foundation of training that's going to be taught in the schools, and then all that other training that they give you in the doctor's office is what you're going to need because you're working with your doctors and your healthcare professionals.
so you want to take it out of the training for just an aesthetics, a master aesthetics curriculum. You wanted to remove it from there, but leave it at the discretion of whoever they're working for to give them additional training?
I think so.
Sounds good.
Yep, I think so. I've seen it. I've seen these handheld defibrillators. My father took one right into surgery, and the doctor explained it to me. I don't want to see no master esthetician using that. That needs to be used under supervision of a doctor. And if these doctors only want to do minimal supervision, you don't need to be using defibrillators.
Well, Madam President, should we make a motion to remove that or?
Yeah, that's going to be one so far.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to have external defibrillators removed from section E for the proposed.
And then what is this cardiopulmonary resuscitation? Oh yeah, I guess you need that. Okay.
Mama, are you almost on the iPad?
Almost.
But I would
Okay.
like to keep in the cardio.
Yes.
I would just like to say that AEDs, if you are the only person and somebody needs that, the ability to just use this machine is life-saving. So if it's the motion of the board to remove it, I will second that. But I do think that it might come up again as important equipment. So I second that motion of Kai.
No, I think it might. You might be right, but I think it's something you should be trained on in the doctor's office under supervision.
I second that motion made by Board Member Stanton.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Section 23, Director Landry.
Before you move on, Madam President, I would vote on the entire section 22 because
Oh, okay.
you took out the AEDs and we added in energy for the plasma. I would just then say, get a motion to approve section 22 with those two, with the previous two motions that were made, and approve all of section 22.
This is Board Member McCormick. I'd like to make a motion to approve section 22 with all modifications stated.
This is Board Member Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carry.
And if you don't mind, Madam President, I can go through a lot of the sections now.
Yeah,
and
you
tell
sure can.
Exactly what's there. And if anyone wants to stop me, just stop me and I'll explain more. But section 23 just adds section 4 to 17 into the act. So that's just added that in. Section 24, cosmetology includes esthetician. I added master esthetician. I didn't add it. That was in the original bill. In section 25, the change was made to say, except for those provisions relating to master estheticians, that was added in. Any healthcare under section 3, under section 25, any healthcare professionals defined by NCRS 453C030 is exempt from the provisions of this chapter relating to master esthetician. That exempts the medical.
See, excuse me, Director Landry. See, that's what I want us to be comfortable with this license. So this section is exempting any healthcare professional. Why would we exempt them?
From the provisions of the master esthetician. All the services that a master esthetician performs is a master esthetician performing it, and it exempts the doctors. That means the doctor can perform any master esthetician service. They can perform that on the patient. If the doctor wants to do microneedling, they can do microneedling. They can do anything that what we've typically done in all the other sections. Any service that we perform can be performed by a doctor. There's no restriction on a doctor doing that. Doctor wants to wash your hair, doctor can wash your hair.
Madam President, to what Board Member Baltasar said, I think he had asked that we do at a later time define these healthcare professionals and get into some of those descriptions. So I think this would be a really good example of.
Yeah, because what this means to me, Director Landry, I understand your interpretation of it, but to me, when it says any healthcare professional as defined in NRS 453C.030 is exempt from provisions of this chapter relating to master estheticians. It's saying that we are exempting them. It doesn't say that they can perform those services.
Well, because we exempted them from the master esthetician, that means they can perform any service that a master esthetician performs. That's what it's doing. It's carving out all of these services that we do, a doctor can do it.
Okay.
And that's for everything that we have in our laws exempts physicians from that. They're one of the ones in the exemption. I forget which part of the law it is, but it exempts certain people. Doctors are exempt. They're completely held out. They can do they can cut your nails. They can do anything they want. Any service we perform, they can perform.
So right here in section 2, let's go back up. It says School of Cosmetology conducted as part of a Voc Rehab training program or the Department of Corrections or Caliente is exempt from this requirement. What does that mean?
That is existing law. That's not part of the new law. That's the law today. That's in there.
That what? That they can perform aesthetic services?
Nope, that they're exempt from the requirements of paragraph C of subsection 2 of NRS 644-740-15. That's existing law. That's not being proposed as new. The only new things are the ones in bold blue italics. That's
okay. So
existing
that
law.
ain't nothing I'm gonna be concerned with. Okay.
Right. So I'll continue on.
Continue.
Okay, section 26 just adds master esthetician to the list of different people that are in this chapter. Section 27 adds master esthetician into the list of people that are licenses in the cosmetology field. Section 28 lists master esthetician in as a member of the cosmetology field. Section 29, I took out master esthetician on here because this is for limited license. Limited license are used for performing services outside of a salon. There's no service that a master esthetician would perform outside of his spa and all that I could see needing to do that. So
Okay.
I left master esthetician out of that completely. That's all of section 29. Then section 30 it defines for an examination as a master esthetician, you don't pay less than $75 or not more than $200, and list master esthetician under instructors of estheticians, master estheticians, hair designers, all that. I just listed them in there. Then in section 31, list master esthetician as one of the members of the cosmetology group. And I took out instructor because this is where it's a foreign language. If you want to take a test in a foreign language because you don't understand English, I took out instructors because the instructors were not a part of that before. I just put master esthetician in. Instructors are not a part of that because they have to know how to speak English to act as an instructor in the state of Nevada.
Okay.
And that applies to section 2, 3, and 4 in that also. I just took out instructor and left in master esthetician. Section 32 includes section 18, 19, and 20 of this act, just includes that in there. And section 33, master esthetician is listed as one of the types of cosmetology professions. Section 2 under section 33 lists master estheticians on their fees for licensure, the same as any other licensed professional. Section 34 lists master esthetician as a member of the cosmetology group. Section 35 lists master esthetician as a member of the cosmetology group. Section 36 lists master esthetician as one of the members of the cosmetology group. Section 5 the same. Section 37, 1, 2, 3 lists master esthetician as a member of the cosmetology group. And section 38 has master estheticians as part of the cosmetology group. Section 39, master esthetician is a part of the cosmetology group. Section 40, master esthetician is a member of the cosmetology group. Section 41, master esthetician is a member of the cosmetology group. Section 42 lists master esthetician as a part of the cosmetology group.
Oh, can I say something? Excuse me, Director Landry.
Sure.
Where it says 10% of the total hours of instruction, do you think a master esthetician should have more training before they work on the public?
I wouldn't think so, because when they get trained 10%, they're only going to be trained, that's 10% of the master esthetician
program. Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it's 10% of that. So if they're coming if they're an esthetician, they're going into the master esthetician, they're already an esthetician. They can
Okay.
work in the public already.
Yes.
Then
Exactly.
Okay. Section 42, master esthetician is part of the cosmetology group. Section 43, sections 18, 19, and 20 of this act are used to include those sections in there. And sections 18, 19, 20 of this act add those sections in there. That's everything except for 44. 44 is different. So if you don't have any questions with that, I would have someone propose to accept sections 23 through 43 as written, because that's all that's in there. The only change that you may want to look at, if you want to have instructors in the foreign language portion, you can do that, and that's the only thing that would be different.
Okay, so before we make a motion for this, I had a couple questions for clarity. Okay, so this this section here is it's a provision for the board to issue a license to a master esthetician without regards to hold a license as an esthetician issued by the board. So does this?
Before you go into that, Madam President, I'd suggest we accept 23 through 43. And we'll sit and talk about 44 for as long as you want to. It's a pretty extensive piece, this last piece of it.
Okay,
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to, if it's okay with you.
yes.
I'd like to make a motion to accept items 23 through 43 as written.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam President, I'd also like to make a motion to accept section 5 that was previously tabled as written. I was going
Did you
to
not want to
look
add?
into wound care. No, I don't. I think that discussion is just really too elaborate to have. It gets into paramedical aesthetics, and I think we need to just iron this out. I think we're where we need to be, and I would
Okay,
just like to accept it as is.
okay, I'm comfortable with that. Can I get a motion for section 5 for approval?
I believe she
Member
did
Harris, I
second
second
motion
that
as.
motion.
She made the motion. I'm sorry. Can I get a second?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Now,
Okay.
Madam President, you can go and talk about section 44 for as long as you want.
Oh, you just don't want me to talk as long as I want. Don't say that. That's the last one. That's why you're saying it. Okay, so I did have a question here. So my question here, because we're talking about estheticians currently, right? This is not talking about master aesthetics. This is talking about estheticians that hold a current license issued by the board before October 1st, on or before October 1st. So if a esthetician holds a license right now, this is gonna give us direction on how they can become a master esthetician?
Yeah, Madam President, Matt Brinton, NEMA. Yes, it's this grandfathering section is what the intent was, is to provide a path to licensure for as many existing estheticians as possible in a
Okay.
short window, give them a brief window of time. And it's basically a 75-hour course on the lasers and those devices, plus 7 hours of chemical peels. And that's the shortened path to licensure, the way it's set up. Basically, there's some other, that's the gist of it.
Madam President, I just wanted to clarify, so the existing aesthetics, so are we saying that we're going to send them back to school, or for those that already have had some of these extended training courses? Like, there are some wonderful medical offices that offer certain lasering approvals and things of that nature. I would really like to have that inclusive, because some of these classes, even though it was just like a weekend or something, some of these classes are like $5,000 for one. So I would like to see us look at that. Or are we saying they have to go back to school for so many hours? I just wanted to clarify.
Are you done yet?
I'm confused here because if a esthetician is already licensed in the field, so McCormick, you can help us with this one. As an esthetician, now you want to be applying to the board for your master esthetician license. What training, amount of training?
I want to draw.
I know I think I understand where you're going, but I'll let you.
Okay. Okay, what's a fair amount of training? Because I think a lot of the estheticians, I know the ones that's actively working and been in the industry probably 3 to 5 years, have a lot of these certifications already.
that they paid for out of pocket to board
Yes.
Stanton's, to what she said, and they're not cheap. Some of them are expensive. I would say that as it's written is fair. I think that, again, if I'm already operating, I'm trying to get in and, you know, I'm not trying to go back to school for 300 hours, you know, if I've been in the field for forever. So when we're talking about grandfathering, I think we also, I would like it if we took into consideration that there are programs that you can get certified for and take those hours into consideration. Because I mean, we don't want to make them start all over. I don't want to start, like, basically feel like I'm starting all over again to become a master esthetician. I think that's what you're saying is how many hours would be fair? Is that?
Or what training? Because if I'm already trained on a lot of the lasers, and I'm already doing non-ablative services, I'm doing micro needling, microblading. If I have my certifications to submit to the board, I should be able to be issued a master esthetician license.
I think we'd have to look at the programs to be able to do that. We wouldn't umbrella that, because I think you can go to school online. But for me, this is the first time even talking about grandfathering for something like this. So I really do hope that the whole board, you know, has their say, and Matt himself as well. But as it's written,
I'm just not good for sending them back to school. I'm not. I mean, if I've been practicing for a period of time, I'm not interested in going back to school when I've already paid thousands of dollars to be certified. I'm not interested in. I wanted to submit my documents to the state board that I have these certifications on this laser, and I've been working as an esthetician for 10 years, and I'm not interested in going back to school if I've already paid thousands of dollars. I'm not interested in going back to school. All I want to do is continue my education.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that is a provision as well. So part 2, where it is allowed to have either 7 hours of training and theory in chemical peels or 35 hours of practical, and either 75 hours of training in the operation of lasers or 150 hours of practical. So there is a practical path and a classroom path to the grandfathering license.
Okay, 7 hours of training.
This board member Douglas, I have a question.
Go right ahead, board member Douglas.
What happens to the people that just have their license in a facility, but they're not practicing? How do they go back, and how do we grandfather them without, you know, even though they've been in training, just say they've been in training for 10 years and they've been out of it for 3 years. Is it okay for them just to jump right back into it without the CEUs?
No, they're not going to be able to do that. They're gonna have to get some additional training, but I'm just trying to figure out for those, even those, Matt, I'm looking here for the other path, even those that who's to monitor the 150 hours of practical experience on lasers? I mean, who monitors that? Because if I'm working in the field, I already have 150 hours of practical training on laser. So who would be monitoring that?
Yeah, excellent question. And I think it'd be very appropriate to have Executive Director Landry and any of his team address those parts, because that's a lot on them to verify what that looks like.
I think the thing we have to do, we'd have to ask them for all their transcript records or the course records that they took these courses for this laser and for these specific procedures. We have to piece them together, and then I think what would happen, because it's not going to be like 50,000, not going to be 5,000 people coming with these. These are going to be only handfuls of people. We'd have to take them, review them, and then present them to the board. The board would have to vote on whether you're going to accept this person or not for the training that they've given. That's probably put in here in the regulations part. This is the law part, but in the regulations part, put something to say that for those people who submit their training rather than going to school, the training will be reviewed by the board. Here's the criteria: 1, 2, 3, 4. Have that criteria.
Okay,
That is perfect. That's actually
yeah, I'm
something I
good with
was
that.
wanting to suggest.
Because, and you're not going to come up with a lot of specifics today, but I can tell you, when you go back and you're going to have a law subcommittee meeting, they can dig into and start finding out all the different places that you can get certified in. And you have to have multiple certifications, because you'll be certified where you trained in the state of Nevada, where you trained in Arizona, where you trained in all these other states. They all have different criteria, different formats. So we're gonna have to find out what they've done and how much training they've had
Mhm.
and present it to the board. Then boards cannot act on all of those.
Okay. I'm good with that. I think they have to have some training. They have to have some training, but I'm just saying, if you're already actively doing it, and you've already been trained, you shouldn't have to, you should be able to show all your certifications. And that would total up, if you're working for 3 years, 4 years, that's your 150 hours of practical training right there.
Madam
Correct.
President, would that apply to licensees in other states? If they already have the credentials, is this applying to all licensees? So we create the outline of what it is that you need to show proof that you've completed training in, and that would be a grandfathering path.
I think for everybody all the way up to 2023, right?
To 2023. That was the next question. When are we going to stop? When are we going to stop that? So
Yeah, it said 2023, I thought.
Okay. Is that's agreeable, 2023 as well?
I thought I read that somewhere, did I?
That was earlier that,
I thought it was 2022.
we talked about 2023 in an earlier motion, I believe, when we were talking
Under
about.
section 44, sub-item 1A, says holds a current license as esthetician by the board on or before October 1st, 2023. So it has an end date there.
Mhm.
So anyone who gets licensed after that cannot apply. Anyone who's licensed from October 1, 2023 and before.
They would have to go back to school for a 300-hour program.
Correct.
I feel like the window is too long, honestly. 2 years is a really long time. If you're in the field and you're doing it, then you need to apply and get grandfathered in. Not, I do think that that's too long, but I'll leave it to the board.
I would think that would be appropriate, because I mean, just look at the whole fiasco with not sending out the mailed letters about renewals and everything. I mean, that was an issue that dragged out for well beyond when we made the change. So I think that this gives them ample amount of time to get it together and do what needs to be done before the deadline.
Okay, to that, then I would.
And it says, did it say issued by the board for not less than 3 years? So you have to be licensed for 3 years or no?
No, just licensed as of October 1st, 2023.
Okay, well, what is that section 1? Can you explain that one a little bit more for me?
That just says.
Subsection 1.
Yeah, to get this grandfathering in, you have to hold a current license as an esthetician issued by the board on or before October 1st, 2023. So that means anyone who's licensed by the board by October 1st, 2023 and before. So 2022, 2021, all the way to 1900. Anyone who's licensed as an esthetician can apply for it and applies to the board for a license on or before October 1st, 2023. So again, if they haven't been granted a license, but they applied before on October 1st, they're eligible and satisfies one of the following requirements. So there's all the requirements which you have to do. But all that says is October 1st, 2023 is the magic date. Anyone who's applied or has a license as of that date is eligible for this. If you apply after that date, you are not eligible for the grandfathering. This
Okay.
goes away in 2 years.
Okay.
But the way that it's written, and if someone could clarify, it says by the board. Is it only our board, or are we accepting people who apply for reciprocity we're coming in as estheticians and just want to get the master aesthetics
It would
license.
apply to those also the way it's written now, but you have to be licensed as an esthetician first and get that, and then you could apply for these grandfathering pieces.
Once you show your credentials, then you go.
Right. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, can we get a motion to accept?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to accept section 44 as written.
Madam President, this is Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And Madam President, I would say that we can do the regulations at another meeting because they're not critical for this juncture. And we can do those later. I did put a whole bunch of stuff in there about the training and all the training that you'd be receiving. So those can be looked at and modified. And then the one thing I didn't do, because I didn't know, if a school provides instruction to prepare students for the examination for a master esthetician, what equipment do you have to have? I just labeled those as, that's under section, that's NAC 644A 603, be page 2, subsection 10. I just put A, B, C, D, all the way through H with 5, whatever. I don't know, whatever equipment you think they need to have, we'd list that there. But this is gonna be in the regulations, not the laws, so we have a lot more time to put that in.
Okay, I just had a question too about, I remember seeing where it was where Matt had in Senate Bill 291 for a master esthetician instructor to be added to the board. Did I see that? Did we go over that? I didn't see it.
That is being on the board. It's not on the board. They'd be eligible to be put on the board. If they're a master esthetician or an esthetician, either one would occupy that esthetician slot.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. Because I wanted to make sure that if that's the case, then the esthetician slot should be either an esthetician or a master esthetician, either one, right?
That's correct. And that's the way it reads. It's just listing out what, which ones are eligible, and it'd be esthetician or master esthetician would fill the esthetician spot.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we address that too. Okay, I think we did good today, board members.
And I'll get all of this put into a single document with the corrections, and I'll send it out to all the board members so that you all have a copy of it. And I'll take and bring this forward to Senate. I'm assuming, Matt, this would go to Senator Lange, and she would use that as her basis now moving forward.
Okay, so I'm getting ready to do the comments from the general public, Matt, if you had something you wanted to say. Do you want to say it before I go to the comment?
No, you can go to comment first.
Okay, so can I get if there's any comments from the general public, that the board will entertain the comments for any item that's on the agenda or it's not on the agenda that's related to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Okay, Matt, I see you waiting to say.
Okay, Matt Brenton, NEMA, thank you. Yeah, I really want to say thank you, a genuine thank you to all of the board members. These are difficult things to discuss, and I know a lot of it's new, so I really appreciate how you all dug into this. You all had great comments and how you hashed through things. Thank you for backing this, supporting this, and being engaged in this. We're really excited about it, and I think I know a lot of estheticians will be excited about this. Yeah, as far as how Senator Lang will take this, it's her bill. We'll see. I think it's great if you reach out to her and let her know as soon as possible what the outcome of today was. But I think there's a really productive discussion, and I like what happened. And I'm always available to anyone anytime if this is anything you want to discuss in more detail. And we really want to involve as many of the schools as we can as well. And so they had a lot of good feedback at a discussion we had earlier a couple of weeks ago. And I know there are a lot of schools who want to be involved in giving feedback for, especially for the regulations around this. There's a lot of excitement about it. So thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Any other comments from the general public? You want to have comment, Lou?
Yeah, I would just say I'm really excited about this opportunity. I think it's a long time coming. And I was curious, Gwen, you referenced some advanced license, some other advanced license. And I was just wondering, which other ones did you have in mind?
I didn't have any in mind. I know
Oh,
there
you
was board
didn't?
members talking about them. I don't have any in mind, Lou.
Oh, okay, all right, but no, I'm excited. I think it's good. I think it's laid out good. And I think it's gonna really be beneficial for our girls here in Nevada, our estheticians in Nevada. And I think, we'll pull from, Arizona, California as well to come to school out here to obtain this license. So I think it's gonna be a positive thing for the industry as a whole.
Yes, I do
Absolutely.
too. Thank you. I do too. I
Thank
think
you.
thank you, board, for your time today and board staff for all the work that was put into this. But I'm just happy we're moving forward and being able to create more opportunity for our state of Nevada. Any comments from any board members for discussion only?
This is
Any
Board
com-
Member. Oh,
Okay, go ahead, Board Member Douglas.
this is Board Member Douglas. I'd like to thank everybody on the board. I think we did a good job today. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you almost done?
Okay, if there's any, there's no more comment, any comment from staff today?
I really enjoyed working with the board today. It was a good meeting. We got a lot of stuff accomplished and look forward to pushing this through the legislature now.
All right, go get them, Gary.
So
Oh.
I have one more question. I'm sorry, I didn't ask it at the time, but where are we at with, with the governor changing the occupancy? And it being effective in June to be 100%? Where are we at with the hybrid situation and theory online sort of dynamics?
We're
He
going to be
moved-
looking,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
we're looking at that in the next couple of weeks and come up with
Okay.
some guidelines to follow. And
Okay.
Leah probably want to make comment on that also.
Okay,
Oh,
thank
we
you.
have to workshop it per Justin. I guess it's an NAC change. So the workshop is going to be posted, I think tomorrow. The agenda will be up because it's a more lengthy posting requirement. And essentially I keep referring to the workshop as like a grievance hearing for anybody who doesn't like it can complain about it, which I'm sure will draw a nice crowd. But all the schools will get noticed because it affects you all the most. So you'll get a specific notice for your login. It'll be a Zoom meeting like anything else. I think the schools have been involved for a lot of the process and it's an optional thing, right? If you don't want to offer remote practical, you don't have to. So hopefully there's not a ton of pushback on it. But if there is, we'll take it and it'll be sent to the LCB as well. So we'll see what happens from there. And then at that point, I think we're at the LCB's mercy, but at least then we did what we could on our end, so.
Did
Got
we
it.
come up with, Lee, I had a question. Did we ever come up with some of the procedures that could be done online for practical? I thought we were still working on that.
That's correct, yeah. So at the July meeting, you guys will set up your date for the hybrid meeting going forward. This one is just strictly to have like that law change. That'll give you the authority to develop what you want to develop.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you, Leah.
Sure.
Okay, since there's any other comments before we close? Okay, I would like to get a motion to adjourn the meeting, please.
This is Board Member McCormick. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn our meeting today.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Have a good
Okay,
day.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Ashton.
Bye.
Shoot.
You can just hit